Alright. I'm gonna jump right into it. I also love this little detail. You got character Okabe. Kyoma. I love the just the tiny the three letters Kyo Oka. Just, you know, tiny little detail. I love it. Alright. Abduction across 3 worlds. Also, holy moly, that divergence number. .456. I didn't read the rest of it. There we go. Oh, that's so trippy. The usual discomfort. The usual unpleasantness washes over me. That never looks fun. I groan instinctively. I return the cell phone held tightly in my right hand back to my pocket and rub my temples with my left hand.
ここはどこだ?
I mutter to myself as I look around.
Labo だよな.
The usual scenery in the room with me. The usual. But what is the usual? How do I know such a thing? My memories are muddy and unclear. Everything seemed so hazy, my thoughts elusive. Atop the table in the development room was the usual X68000, an old-looking CRT monitor. The monitor is powered off. I slowly move in front of it and peek into the depths of the black screen.
お前は誰だ?
I ask my face, reflecting off the monitor.
俺は岡部倫太郎だ.
Someone said. The person who said it was me, of course. But I can't shake this odd discomfort. The face that I see in the reflection doesn't feel like it's my own. I mean, it's my reflection. It's undoubtedly my own face. I understand it in my head, but for some reason...
お前は誰だ?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember this one at all. I ask once again to be sure. I received the following response.
違う. 俺は岡部倫太郎ではない.
The voice flowed out of my mouth naturally, as if someone is controlling me.
俺は俺のマナは不音強魔だ.
My loud, maniacal laughter made the knot inside my chest swiftly melt away. The usual, dignified, velvet voice felt natural to my ears. I love that that's capitalized. That is a proper noun, velvet voice. Yes, as usual, nothing has changed. This is the Future Gadget Laboratory, aka The Lab, and I am Okabe Rintaro, aka Hoin Kyoma. Reality as usual, a theorem that needs no proof. I love that he kept the wallpaper. Dad, I love this game. I pull my cell phone out of my pocket and put it to my right ear.
俺だ. 機関から強烈な電磁波攻撃を受けたが大丈夫. どうにかリフレクトした. なーに大したことはない. アポカリプス・オブ・ガリアンの洗脳兵器に比べればどうってことないさ。
He really is like a fucking 12-year-old.
心配するな。何も問題もない。ああ、わかった。エル、プサイ、コングル。
Really? Are there really no problems? I once again look around the room. It's strange. Why isn't anybody here? I pull out my cell phone again to check the date and time. Friday, August 13th. The time is 4 p.m. on the dot. So, alright, catch up. It started, he arrived in a time leap, and now he's confused. Literally all that's happened so far. I'm pretty sure Kurusu and also welcome, hi. Gotta say that. Pretty sure Kurusu and Daru were here at the lab at this time. What about Mayuri? Where was Mayuri again? As I dug further into my memories, another strange sensation consumed me. How did I not know that today was August 13th? Yeah. Yeah, no worries. Like, it, yeah. We don't know why he time leaped. However you pronounce that word. He just showed up. He did laugh. He did do the laugh, but... Furthermore, how did I know that Kurusu and Daru were here at the lab at this time? I don't know something I should know, and I do know something that I shouldn't. This contradiction, my discomfort, I'm starting to get a bad feeling. The inside of my head was still hazy, and my memories were unclear.
大丈夫。大丈夫だ。何も問題はない。
Yeah, he's like extra confused for some reason. I reassure myself, walking in front of the refrigerator. At times like this, the best thing to do is chug a drink for intellectuals. Doing so allows me to stimulate the gray matter cells in my brain, eventually making everything clear. I open the refrigerator door and pull out an ice-cold can of Dr. P. But of course. Its fresh flavor pierces through the back of my nostrils as I let out a breath. Dr. P will never betray me. And I will never betray Dr. P. I love this guy so much. As fellow doctors, we may be rivals, but we have acknowledged each other's accomplishments and formed a true friendship. This... I love this already. With these relatively useless thoughts filling my mind, I flop down onto the couch. But when I do, something suddenly enters my vision. It was placed on the table in front of the couch.
なんだこれは?
I understand that it's a sketchbook. I can also see that what was drawn in the sketchbook, a character that might appear in an anime like Rainet Kakeru. Perhaps I should have asked, what is this doing here? As I skim through its pages, I see dozens of other illustrations. Each one must have been drawn by a different artist, as each character has their own distinctive touches.
こんなもの、ここにあったか?
The corner of my brain throbs painfully. That was my first thought too. It's like, oh, one of those books Daru likes. I take another swig of Dr. P to drink away the pain. Moments later, my cell phone rang. With the Dr. P in my left hand, I dig down into my pocket with my right hand. For Sheena, you know what? In DB locker. Well, that's foreboding.
何なんだこれは。
No, I know exactly what this is. This is clearly...
脅迫状。マユリがさらわれた。誘拐されたんだ。
Just then... Also, what a weird, like, email address. I chain his snake. What the fuck? The entrance door opened. At first, thinking an enemy had broken into my sanctum, I took a defensive stance. But I was mistaken. Returning home without a care in the world were...
ただいま。
疲れた。
Welcome back, friendos.
お前たちどこに行ってたんだ。
どこにって。
買い出しだ。
買い出し。
開発評議会という名の宴会やるんでしょ。
そのために僕とマキセ氏でお菓子とかを買いに。ってあー！
Daru suddenly screamed. Daru tossed the shopping bags to either side of him and ran over to the table, looking pale. Grabbing the sketchbook with both hands, his shoulders tremble.
おかり！これは一体。
You have broken Daru. Daru opens the sketchbook and holds it out towards me. Oh! It was so drenched in a dirty, dark liquid that it seemed the liquid would start dripping out if he squeezed it. The liquid had been absorbed into the paper, making it shriveled and weak. It seems like I accidentally dropped a can of Dr. Pepper on it while I was looked at the message earlier. Like it's just Dr. Pepper now, it's not Dr. P. They've dropped all pretense, which caused the liquid inside to spill onto the sketchbook. Oh, Daru! Don't cry. Skib.
スケッチブックのことに決まってんだろ、ちょっと。終わった。完全に終わった。未来ガジェット研究所終了のお知らせ。
それってどういう。
いちいち説明する必要ねえだろ。オカリンだって分かってるくせに。
As we all, yeah, that's clear. That's the linchpin of the entire series. Is this sketchbook? As I was about to ask again, but I refrain. No matter. Indeed, that does not matter at all. Right now, what's more important?
なあダル、スケッチブックのことは謝る。だがその前に聞いてくれ。
Yeah, microwave. What microwave?
いや、見てもらった方が早いな。クリスティーナも。
I open up my inbox and hand my cell phone to the two of them. Daru and Kurisu stand shoulder to shoulder and look into the tiny screen. It's the sketchbooks we made along the way. Their faces gradually grow pale. Daru speaks, his eyes wide with horror.
これって。
マユリが誘拐されたってこと？
ああ、おそらく。
大ビル前ロッカーって大ビル前のコインロッカーのことだよな。
そこに例のものを入れろ。そうすればマユリは返してやる。そういうことみたいね。
でも例のものって何ぞ？
わからん。
わからんって。わからなかったらマユシは。
That's incredibly unhelpful. You know what?
うるさい。だから今考えてるんだろうが。
犯人に心当たりは？
I do, but only one. The Rounders. And if they are responsible, I can safely assume what you know what is. The IBN 5100. Wait, hold on. How do I know this? I grimace as my head surges once again.
岡部、もしかして何か知ってるの？
いや、何も。
Question asked, question answered. I thought it better not to talk about my idea just yet. I couldn't be certain, and since my memories were still foggy, I didn't think I could adequately explain my rationale.
お前たちの方こそどうなんだ。送信者のアドレスにあった iChain His Snake というアカウント名。この文字列に何か思い当たることは。
Such a weird name. Kurusu and Daru stand there with their arms crossed, their eyes wandering as they thought, but eventually they both shook their heads.
訳すると、私は彼の蛇を拘束するって意味になるけど。
それだけじゃ何もわかんねえし。
一つだけ手がかりらしきものがあるとすれば、これが D メールってことぐらいよね。
え？
だってほら、36バイトのテキストが3分割されて送信されてるでしょ？
I snagged my cell phone out of Kurusu's hands and checked the text message inbox again. That's about as D-mail as it gets.
もしかして気づいてなかったとか？
バカを言うな。気づいていたに決まっているだろうが。
この緊急事態によくもそんな風に笑っていられるわね。
Precisely because it is an emergency. I squeeze my palms tightly so as to hide the trembling of my hands. Yeah.
つまり脅迫メールは未来から送られてきたってこと？
らしいな。
どうしてどうやって犯人は未来のどこかでこのラボにある電話レンジを使ったって言うん？
知らん。
ねえ、そもそもマユリはすでにさらわれた後なのかな？未来にとっての過去は現在にとっての未来である可能性もあるでしょ？
Past from the future says. Alright, I think.
日本語で OK。
だから脅迫状が D メールで送られてきたってことは、マユリはこれから誘拐されるのかもしれないってこと。
なるほど。ということは、
マユ氏に電話はかけてみたん？
My brain had to like take an extra moment to catch up to that sentence.
まさかまだかけてないの？
仕方がないだろう。メールが届いたのはお前たちが帰ってくる直前のことだったんだぞ。
だったら今すぐかけなさいよ。ほら早く。
Call the Mayuri. Well, that's
ちょっと
concerning.
待って。何なのこの音。
これ
Well,
っ
shit.
てマユ氏の携帯の。
着信音だ。
Following the sound, we scour the office for its source. It doesn't take long to find it. When I removed Upa cushion from the couch, there it was, Mayuri's cell phone.
あのバカ！携帯を置いていったんだ。
弱ったわね。
それじゃあルカ氏のところにかけてみたら。
なんだと？
I suppose I can do that. I love when they let you do stuff. Alright.
はい、漆原です。
Hello.
ルカ子、そこにマユリは。
ただいま電話に出ることができません。
Damn voicemail.
ピーッと鳴ったら伝言をどうぞ。
俺だ、今日もだ。マユリを探している。これを聞いたら大至急連絡をくれ。
留守電。
Silence descends. I can hear the sound of cicadas from somewhere. Is the window open? Motorcycle passes by outside the window. As that sound faded, Daru spoke up.
なあ、犯人に直接連絡してみるっていうのはどう？ I chain his snake。アドレスは分かってるわけだしさ。
だがメールを送ってきた I chain his snake は未来の I chain his snake なんだぞ。
I really love that they keep saying it, because it's such a dumb name. Oh. Yeah, some voicemails are weird, because it'll like automatically fill in like... Certain voicemails will fill in like, you have reached the voicemail box of, and then they'll say their name, and then it's all automatic. But then sometimes you can leave... If I remember correctly, my voicemail is something along the lines of, you've reached me, leave a message or something. I don't know. Because I was just so done that day when I made it, and I've just never bothered to update it. It's very funny.
長ったらしくて鬱陶しい。ひとまずいくつとでも呼んでおくか。
It is a really goofy name.
いくつ？
各単語のイニシャルを取って ICHS いくつだ。
It also sounds like X, an unknown variable.
とにかく僕はメールを送ってみるべきだと思うけど。
私も賛成よ。このままじゃ手がかりが足りなすぎるし、相手の出方を伺ってみるのも一つの手だと思うわ。
だがなんて送ればいい？
話がしたい。それだけで十分じゃない？マユリとか例のものとか余計な情報は与えずに。
I couldn't decide. Should I or should I not send Ix a message? What if contacting them causes something to happen to Mayuri? Of course, we don't know if Mayuri has been kidnapped yet, or whether she'll be even be kidnapped at all. But it's clear that something poses an imminent threat to Mayuri. I don't think this message is just a prank. For one thing, it's a D-mail. They sent it across time. It seems certain to me that something terrible has happened, or is about to happen. But that also means that waiting around doing nothing won't guarantee Mayuri's safety either. Besides, the idea that someone other than a lab mem sent this D-mail, something we've glossed over because of the immediate threat of the ransom note, is troubling as well. This is a dangerous situation that could have major impacts on the history of the world. We've got to find out who Ix is, no matter what. So there is only one response I could give.
わかったよ。
I wonder God damn it. I wonder how long it's been since I sent the message. 5 minutes? 6? 7? Still no reply. I watched the second hand on the clock on the wall tick the time away.
とにかくこのままじっとしてても仕方がないわ。動きましょう。
It's funny because that clock actually does not have hands, but I'm not sure. I do not remember this one though. Kurisu, as if to dispel the heavy atmosphere that had overtaken the room, Kurisu spoke.
私は柳林神社に行ってみるから、岡部はコインロッカーの方を頼むわ。犯人が姿を見せるかもしれないし。
My brain is not braining today.
例のものについてはどうする？
それが何なのかわからない以上どうすることもできないでしょ。
手ぶらで行けと。
嫌なら菓子折りの一つでも持って行ったら。
僕は
橋田はここで待機。もしかしたら真由里が戻ってくるかもしれないから。
オキドキ。
それじゃあ何かあったら連絡して。私もするから。
了解だ。
On my response, Kurisu left the lab. I thought of following her out, but I stopped right before I opened the door and turned around. There was something I had to confirm.
どうかしたん？
いや、ちょっとな。
I deflect his question and move into the development room. I turn to the shelves to see a big, recognizable cardboard box. Oh, there it is. Inside it was the IBN 5100.
あるのか、この世界線では。
I breathe a small sigh of relief. But if this really is you-know-what, we're going to be in some real trouble. Anyway, there's no way I could let this fall into enemies' hands. After returning the box to its proper place, I hurry out to the coin lockers in front of the Daibiru. The Daibiru. It's a really nice looking computer, for sure. It has been about an hour since I started my surveillance. I hid in the shadows, watching closely, but there was still no sign of Ix. I've already received a call from Kurisu. Ukiko was, in fact, at Yanabayashi Shrine. Apparently, he couldn't pick up because he was in the bathroom. But that's not important. The problem is what Kurisu said after that.
真由里来てないって。
I swallow my saliva. Why the capitals? As loath as I am to admit it, that fact made the ransom note significantly more credible. Could Mayuri have been kidnapped on her way to Yanabayashi Shrine? Kurisu said that she'd check out other places where Mayuri might go, and hung up the phone. My heartbeat accelerates. My stomach starts throbbing in pain. Just a moment later, Lukiko called. Makise-san told me everything. I got your voicemail too. I'll help you look for Mayuri-chan. Lukiko spoke with worry in his voice, which only made me feel more restless. After I'd finished my conversation, I heard a cell phone ring. But it wasn't mine. It was Mayuri's. I guess I unconsciously put it in my pocket after finding I found it at the lab. The caller ID displayed Luka-kun. Kurisu probably didn't mention that Mayuri had left her cell phone behind. Get back, man! The hero we need. That's why Lukiko is calling. I didn't pick up. I thought it better to preserve the remaining battery. It's possible Mayuri's phone might receive a more critical party. I wanted to save the battery just in case. Afterwards, I tried calling Ferris, but she didn't know where Mayuri was either. I asked Daru to check Meikui Nyanyan, but his luck wasn't any better. When I called Mayuri's home, her mother picked up. She said that Mayuri hadn't come home yet. I decided not to mention Mayuri's abduction to her so as not to scare her. Yes. It's a lot of them so far. All of this has happened in the last hour. I take a bite of the sweet red bean-filled anpan? I don't know what that is. Anpan in my hand, and wash it down with a packaged milk to mitigate my stress. Another 5 minutes pass, but nobody who looks like they might be the kidnapper arrives. I throw the rest of the bread in my mouth and down the remainder of the milk. All that remained in my hand were the wrapper from the bread and the empty pack of milk. In other words, trash. I looked around for a place to throw them away, but couldn't find a trash bin anywhere near. Left with no other choice, I twist the bread wrapper and the milk pack together into a stick shape and stick the garbage stick into the pocket of my lab coat. That's funny. But as I did, my fingertips were greeted with something unexpected. Paper. A piece of paper is in my pocket. I slowly pull it out. It looked like an ad or something. An advertisement folded into quarters. What you'd call a flyer. On the flyer was written the following. 8th Regional Akiba Invention Contest. Grand prize, a whopping 3 million. Entry period, August 1st through 31st, 2010. Let your innovation build the future.
対象賞金300万
Just then, someone hit me in the shoulder from behind. As I jumped and turned around, standing there was...
クリスティーナ
ビビりすぎ。
ビビって飛びのいたわけではない。反撃の構えをしたまで。お前は気づかなかったかもしれないが、すでに3発俺はお前の鼻頭めがけて寸止めのパンチを繰り出している。命拾いしたな。
Of course.
で、いくつは？
聞いてるのか人の話。
その様子だとまだ誰も現れてないみたいね。
She just doesn't care. I nodded, lightly biting the inside of my cheek.
そもそもこんなところで張り込みを続けていても意味がないんじゃないか。
どうして？
イクスはこちらからの連絡を待って動くつもりなんだろう。例のものはロッカーに入れた。番号は何番だ。その情報を得てからじゃないとここにやってきても無駄足になってしまう。第一、鍵はどうする。鍵がかかっていたら手も足も出まい。おそらくイクスはいずれ何らかの形で鍵の受け渡し方法についても指示してくるはず。奴が動くのはきっとそれからだ。
じゃあしてみたら？
Yeah, I think out of not counting Polon, because Polon's just a badass. I think he is technically the most physically capable out of the main 3 science adventure protagonists, but that's not saying a lot because they're all kind of very, very shrimpy, very wimpy. Like, I think Polon's like the first actually physically capable science adventure protagonist.
連絡してみたらって言ってるの。もう一度いくつにメールを送るのよ。例のものはロッカーに入れた。番号は何番だってメールを。
嘘をつけと。
Risu nods. It's true. When suddenly the phone rang. Not mine, but Mayuri's. I pulled it out to see one unread message. From Lukako. I open it and read the following. Where are you, Mayuri? Everyone's worried and looking for you. Please answer, Luca. Just call him and tell him that she's missing, or that she doesn't have her phone. It was a message concerning Mayuri's safety. Perhaps he decided to send her a message after calling her so many times without an answer. Why is no one telling him that she doesn't have her phone? It's certainly admirable. But, no offense to Lukako, it's not going to help us get Mayuri back. Kurisu, looking at my screen over my shoulder, also looks disappointed. I sigh and close the message from Lukako. And as I was about to put away Mayuri's cell phone...
待って。
Kurisu stops me.
今のメール、もう一度見せてもらえる？あ、メールじゃなくて、メールボックスの方、受信欄が見たいの。
I comply and open the message's inbox. Oh, there were 4 separate messages. At the very top was the message from Lukako that we just received. But what are the ones below it? These 3 messages all lined up.
D メール。
やっぱりアドレスに登録されてない送信者のメールが3通並んでたから、もしかしたらと思ったんだけど。
意味は？
え？
この3通のメールに書かれている文章の意味だ。
そんなのわかるわけないでしょ。どう見たってデタラメな文字列だし。
The most eloquent D-mail we've ever seen.
文字化けしてるってことか。
もしくは暗号化されてるか。
Encrypted. I get an unpleasant taste on the tip of my tongue, as if the milk I drank earlier had stuck to my mouth and gone sour.
送信者は何者？イクスとは別人なのかしら。
アドレスは違うな。アカウント名もドメインもこっちはタブー .co.jp になってるから。
PC から送られてきたメールってことね。
だと思う。
サイドキックって名前に心当たりは？
I shake my head without a word. If she's asking me, then she probably isn't familiar with it either. Still.
一体何がどうなってるって言うんだ。どうしてラボ面でもない人間が立て続けに2通もの D メールを。
立て続けの順番は逆みたいだけどね。こっちの D メールの受信時刻は15時18分になってるでしょ。一方イクスから送られてきた D メールの方は
16時3分だ。届いたのは。つまり2通の D メールが届いたタイミングはサイドキックの方が先でイクスの方が後ってことになるわけか。
なあ、
うるさい。ちょっと黙っててくれ。大事なところなんだ。
てめえ殺されてえのか。
Oh god, it's this guy!
なんだと？
Recognize that voice? I put my Yuri's cell phone in my pocket and turns around. God damn it. This fucking guy. There, a man stands shining in front of me, as if Gaia had whispered his beautiful purpose to him on the wind. Wait. I recognize this guy. I dig deep into my memories. As I stare at the man's face, squinting my eyes, a streak of light descended upon me.
呼んだし、貴様だったのか、イクスは。
The 4D.
はあ
In his name, look at the fucking name tag being 4D. His name is not 4D. Oh, that's funny.
参りはどこだ？どこにいる？
I grabbed the 4D. Fucking the 4D. I grabbed the 4D's shoulders, roughly shaking him left and right and back and forth.
ちょ、お前やめろか。
You're gonna get the shit kicked out of you, dude.
ちょっとどういうことなのよ、岡部。
うるさい。お前は黙ってろ。
マユリなんて知らねえよ。
とぼけるな、ヨンドシ。いや、イクス。
イクスって誰だよ。それに 4のC でもねえし。
アイチェインヒズスネークはお前のアカウント。そうだろ。
誰か来て。この人おかしいです。
本当か？
This fucking guy.
本当に知らないって言うのか？
だから知らねえって言ってんだろうか。
4D violently knocked my hands away from him when at the anything part. It creates a short distance between us. I lower my line of sight to see that 4D was holding something unsettling. Something like a crowbar. In fact, it was a crowbar. Crowbar, get hit, die. That is a very succinct 3-step process, yes. After this succession of thoughts bolts through my mind, I strike the wait, no need to be rash pose. And I speak.
待て早まるな
He said it.
なんだと
great.
お前は本当にメールのことは知らないんだな
I like how his name is still 4D.
岡部、
なんだ
いくつが送ってきたのは D メール。この人が犯人であろうとなかろうと、未来に送信されるメールについて知ってるはずがないでしょ。
おい、何ごちゃごちゃ言ってんだ。
分かったそれでは一つだけ聞かせてくれいや見せてくれお前の携帯を
Oh yeah, I'm sure he's just gonna hand it over.
なんでだよ。
I thought for about 2 seconds, then I spoke.
ストリート C の最前線を突っ走っているお前のことだから最高にクールな伊達割る携帯を持ってるんじゃないかと思ってな
That's a lie, of course. But the 4D easily fell for my ruse, relaxing into a grin and handing over his cell phone. Wow, he's dumb. He's literally... His cell phone was a model that didn't support the carrier Ix was using.
信じても良さそうね。
I give him an honest apology.
すまなかった人違いだったよ
人違いで済まされるかボケ。
まあまあ、抑えて抑えて。
時に 4°C よ
シードだ。
なあそうだったな数字の4に温度の度でシド
I was Celsius.
なんでお前俺のこと知ってんだよ。
知ってるから知ってるんだ知ってる理由は俺も知らんそれよりもシドお前こんなところで何をしている
それはこっちのセリフだ。お前かれこれ1時間以上ここにいるだろ。迷惑なんだよ。仕事の邪魔だ。とっとと失せろ。さもないと俺のヤバすぎる黒のオーラに巻き込まれることになるぜ。
仕事ってなんだまさかお前いくつに雇われて
ちっげえよ。俺は誰にも雇われてなんかいない。伊達割る界の頂点に君臨するこの俺様は誰にも支配なんかってやべ。
I hate how great this track is because it's like his theme song and he sucks. But goddamn, he has a great theme song. That was sudden. Shido caught a glimpse of something over my shoulder and turned around and ran away. When I turned around, I saw a police car. It drove by slowly for a bit, then moved along as if nothing had happened.
あいつ何者？
多分別の世界線であったんだろう
どういうこと？
すまんうまく説明できないんだ記憶がはっきりとしなくてな俺が今までどんな世界線を経験してきたのかもわからないしここがどんな世界線になっているのかも謎だ逆に問いたいここは一体どんな世界線なんだ鈴葉は知ってるか天音鈴葉
もちろんブラウン管工房でバイトしてた子でしょ。
知ってた過去形だな
だって何日か前に辞めちゃったじゃない。
ラジカンのタイム人工衛星は
それとどんな関係があるのかわからないけど突然消えちゃったわ。
そうかそうだな
Heavy weight presses down on my chest. The IBM 5100 was in the lab's development room. That would mean that. It was just a guess, but when confronted with the reality in front of my eyes, my chest started to hurt. Understandable. Can't fight the urges.
は？
Yeah, that's the question.
ああいや、答える必要はない。ここに来るまでの間にすでに見てきた。街には萌え系のショップが溢れていた。アニメイトも虎の穴もマンダロケもゲームアズもラムタラもメロンブックスもアソビットシティも存在していた。
だから何？
Fair enough.
ルカ子は男か？
I ignore her question to ask my own.
そう聞いたけど、やっぱり違うの？
Oh, Kurisu.
いや、男だ。男のはず。そうでなければ前売りの携帯のアドレス帳にルカ君と登録されているはずがないからな。
Yeah, no worries. Have fun with the Osu. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow on Anonymous Code.
もしもあいつが女なら登録名はルカちゃんでないとおかしい。
わかったわ。
Awesome. Kurisu responded, looking fed up.
今あんたが話したこと 99% は理解できなかったけど、残りの 1% については分かった。とにかく例のリーディングしたいなとかいうやつが発動したのね。
Yeah, agreed. It's really hard to once I finish this, I'm going to just probably just switch to that full time because I do also am just really invested. But I do love this too. So, all right. So yeah.
あんたは別の世界線のどこかで D メールを送り、その結果この世界線へと移動してきたと。
違うんだよクリスティーナ。ことはそんなに単純なものではない。と言っても気づいたのはついさっきのことだが。
I lightly push up the bridge of the glasses I'm not wearing and continue. Of course he does. This fucking guy.
よく聞け女子よ。俺はおそらくタイムリープしてきたんだ。
Moment of silence. Kurisu froze like Villager A under a petrification spell, but she eventually let out a breath and spoke.
嘘
ではない。
冗談でしょ。
冗談でもない。俺はこの世界線上の未来から16時ちょっと前へと時間を遡ってきたんだ。
タイムリープマシンを使ったっていうの？
そうだ。
どうして？実験はしないって言ったじゃない。
理由はわからん。覚えてないんだ。
その割にはさっきの話よどみなく喋ってたわよね。別の世界線での出来事については覚えてるみたいな口ぶりだった。
ああ、そうだな。だがこの世界線のことについては何もわからないんだよ。
I pulled out the flyer from earlier and held it up in front of Kurisu's eyes.
このチラシは何だ？秋葉発明コンテスト。俺はこんなものをポケットに入れた覚えはないぞ。スケッチブックの件についてもそうだ。我が神聖なる未来ガジェット研究所にあんなものは存在しなかったはず。それからマユリのことも、マユリがさらわれるなんて歴史についても俺は何も知らないんだ。
As I finished my frustrated rant, Kurisu lowered her eyes and looked away sadly. An advertisement truck for a net cafe passes by, blaring its annoying message at us. Even after it had passed, things never really went silent. The bustle of the city bounced around in between the buildings.
失敗したんだ。
Failed?
記憶データの転送ミス。コピー&ペーストに失敗したのよ。 もしかしたら岡部の仮説が正しかったのかもしれない。過去へ転送したデータが何らかのミスによってフラクタル構造化してしまう可能性もある。そう言ったでしょ。
それで俺は記憶喪失。
わからないけど、可能性の一つとしては考えられないこともないわ。いずれにせよ確かなことが一つだけある。タイムリープマシンは欠陥品だったってこと。
いや、そんなはずはない。別の世界線では正常に機能していたんだ。
じゃあこの世界線での私がミスったんでしょ。何らかの重大なバグを取りこぼしてしまったのよ。
I look up to see a crimson sky. The night was slowly creeping toward us from the east.
ねえ岡部、もう一度だけ聞くけど、本当にタイムリープする前のことは覚えてないの？
I nodded.
それってなんていうか、ちょっとまずいんじゃない？
A little bit bad.
どういうことだ？
さっきも言ったけど、岡部はタイムリープマシーンの実験はしないって宣言したわよね。にもかかわらず、あんたはマシーンを使って16時ちょっと前へと飛んできた。ってことはタイムリープする直前に何か深刻な事態が発生したと考えられるわ。きっとそのせいでマシーンを使わざるを得ない状況に追い込まれたのよ。
My flesh crawls at her words. I felt every sweat gland on my body open up.
しつこいようだけど、もう一度思い出してみて。タイムリープする前に何があったのか、つまりこれから何が起こるのか。どうしてもダメなら、まずは取っかかりとして今この時刻に何をしてたか、そこから順を追って辿ってみるのも一つの手よ。
I look at my watch. It's 6:13. What was I doing at this time?
そうだクリスティーナ、俺はお前と買い出しに出かけたんだ。
買い出しって何の？
開発評議会のだ。
I had decided to not use the time loop machine. But we still wanted to celebrate finishing it, so we decided to throw a party and call it a development summit.
おかしい。だって買い出しだったらさっき私と橋田が。
ああ、そうだな。この世界線ではそういうことになっているようだ。しかし俺が知っている世界線では買い出しに行くのは俺とお前の2人なんだ。
で、それから何があったの？その世界線では。
買い出しを終えてラボに戻ると、3枚の宅配ピザがテーブルの上に積み重なっていた。
3枚も？誰が食べるのよ。
I have a guess.
愚問だな。
橋田がほとんど平らげたのね。
その通り。ピザを頼んだのは誰だ？俺とお前が買い出しに行っている間に注文を。
その後は
During the party, we'd left the TV on and heard an emergency news report. Terrorist bomb threat. Stop Steins. I should have read that quicker. I'm dumb.
え？
まずいぞ。
なんなのよ。何があったっていうの？
Memory buried deep below the others. A scar that I thought I had already healed. Resurrects. Vividly. As if gouging its way out of me. Oh, don't show I hate, no! Why you must do that? No, wait. Don't panic. Just calm down. That was from another world line, right? didn't happen here, where we have a sketchbook in the lab, and where I'm carrying a flyer for an invention contest. While I managed to convince my head, I couldn't calm down the trembling in my chest. My heart is beating like crazy. Viscous sweat poured from my body. What do I do? I need to do whatever it takes to keep Mayuri safe. And there's only one thing to do. D-mail. I quickly take out my cell phone and call Daru.
Daru! 俺だ!
オカリン、マユシは
まだ見つかっていない。だが、見つける方法が一つだけある。
それは
D メールだ。D メールを使う。
ちょっと岡部。
うるさい、黙ってろ。ダル、大至急電話レンジカッコ仮の準備を。
オッケー。転送先と時間は
転送先は俺の携帯。時間はマイルが確実にラボにいたのはいつだ。
15時16分。さっき携帯の発信履歴を確かめたから間違いないよ。
どういうことだ。
思い出したんだ。マキセ氏と買い物してる時に一度マユシに電話をかけたこと。どのお菓子にするかでマキセ氏と揉めちゃって、それでマユシに決めてもらおうと。
その時は確かにラボにいたんだな。
うん。まだルカシのところに行かないんって聞いたら、もうちょっとしたら出るって。
分かった。ではその時間に D メールを送ってくれ。計算は任せる。
了解。魔改造しといてよかったわ。
Magic mod? What is he talking about? I asked, but received no response. Daru had already let go of the cell phone, and seems like he's making preparations. Whatever. I know what I need to do now. I have to write a D-mail. I decided to borrow Mayuri's cell phone, since mine was occupied with this call to Daru. To phone wave-chan. Fucking love Mayuri! The recipient is, of course, the phone wave, name subject to change. This is my message. To phone wave-chan. Keep Mayuri in to stop kidnapping.
ねえ岡部、もう少し冷静になって考えた方が。
俺は冷静だ。
そうは見えないけど。
The utmost priority right now is to secure Mayuri's safety. We still haven't determined that she's been kidnapped, but at this point, the facts don't matter. As long as I send this D-mail, Mayuri will...
オカリン、準備できた？
よし、電話レンジカッコ仮起動。
You hear the spattering sound of sparks from the phone.
放電現象来た！
了解。
I take Mayuri's cell phone and press send. The faded world distorts and deforms. A piercing pain explodes deep inside my ears, and I grit my teeth. I lose balance and grasp onto a nearby roadside tree. I can feel people's suspicious eyes on me from all around. My dizziness eventually subsided, and the world regained its color. I let go of the tree, shook my head, and looked around in a circle.
ここは UPX の前か。
Then right behind me...
京馬
Hello?
どうしたにゃ？
A cat girl was standing there.
フェイリス、お前どうしてこんなところに？
どうしてって、さっきからずっとここにいたにゃ。
I didn't quite understand the situation. I wasn't even sure why I was here in the first place. However, I certainly knew what had happened. Reading Steiner. The world line has changed.
そうだ、マユリ。 参りはどうなった？
I look to my left as I mutter. Mayuri's cell phone, which I held in my hand just a minute ago, had disappeared. Checking my pockets yielded only that flyer and my cell phone. I opened it up and called Mayuri. There she be.
参り参り。
声大きいよ。もしかして怒ってる？
I'm not mad. Of course I wasn't mad. As I take a deep sigh of relief, I put my hand back on the nearby tree.
参り、お前今どこにいる？
ラボだよ。先に帰ってきちゃったんだ。携帯の充電が切れちゃって連絡できなかったの。ごめんね。
I don't really know what she's talking about.
ちなみにクリスちゃんもラボにいるよ。ちょうど今帰ってきたところだけど。
It's just getting more confusing. But whatever. Mayuri's on the phone with me now. I know where she is. The lab. Mayuri is at the lab. That's enough for me.
参り、ラボにいろ。絶対にそこを動くなよ。いいな。
わかったよ。
After I hung up, I give Ferris, who was standing there puzzled, a simple farewell, then rush to the lab. I arrive in front of the Braun Tube workshop. I fly up the stairs beside it and throw open the door. I step inside to see Mayuri, with her hands covered in breadcrumbs.
ああ、おかえりん、おかりん。
Welcome back, Irene. Oh, my heart. Dude, my heart. After she greeted me, Mayuri starts chewing on the breadcrumbs stuck to her fingertips. Dude, it's not possible to be this adorable, right? Like, you can't... This is cheating. You're cheating, Mayuri. You're breaking the laws of physics. You cannot do this. You cannot be this sweet and adorable. Cease this. Don't actually, though. You're the best. The cold lump that was in my chest melts away. As I let out a large breath, I wipe the sweat off my forehead with the back of my hand.
レトリックが間違っているぞ、マユリ。それはトートロジーだ。
Tautology? I don't remember exactly what tautology is. I've heard it before. The repetition of the same word / similar meaning words. For example, an apple is an apple, or my headache hurts, got it. The term also refers to statements that are true by virtue of its logical form. For example, I know you love me. I'm sure you spend your nights thinking about me. I mean, if you're not thinking about me, that would mean that you don't love me. That is a very fallacious statement.
おかえりんイコールおかえりプラスオカリンだったはず。故におかえりんオカリンはおかえりプラスオカリンかける2となって文法的に不自然なのだ。
Really? Okay. Really?
確かにそれもそうだね。でもそれはそれでなんだかメイクインニャンニャンみたいで可愛いかも。
Mayuri gives me a carefree smile. Her logic is beyond me, but that's a good thing. These unpredictable interactions are the true essence of this lab, and provide the serendipity necessary for gadget development. What's more, I was simply happy to regain our usual everyday life. She truly is the heart and soul of the Future Gadget Laboratory. It does not exist without her. She is the key.
で、お前の手はどうしてそんな風にハドマンドのようになっている？
Fucking pardon? Fictional, a hand-shaped monster that appears in a hyper-popular role-playing game. The hand comes out of the ground to attack the hero. It is capable of summoning more monsters into battle. I'm sure that's a reference to something. I cannot think of what right now.
これはパン粉だよ。
見ればわかる。俺が聞いているのはその理由についてだ。
ダル君のお手伝いをしていたからなのです。
Mayuri's breadcrumb-ridden fingertips point toward the kitchen. When I turn to look, I see a man resembling a barrel standing in front of the stove. It was Daru. With his back hunched, he looked even more like a barrel than usual.
何をしてるんだ、ダル。
マイネちゃんに触発された。
マイネちゃん？
マイネちゃんと言ったらクッキンアイドールマイネちゃんのことに決まってんだろ、ジョコ。
Alright. I'll indulge. What is... Oh my god. Fictional. Children's cooking show broadcast on weekdays. The protagonist, Maine, Komemitsu Ine, is a doll with a soul who hopes to one day become a real human girl by learning how to cook. When a human eats her food, they drop cheek sap. This is already getting weird. Cheek sap, visible only to Maine. She collects this sap and delivers it to a witch. Said witch has promised to turn her into a real human if she collects enough to fill up her pot. The show contains an animated section and a live-action section. The anime bits follow the above story, while the live-action bits follow the actual voice actress as she makes the dishes seen in the anime in front of a studio audience. So, I love how much fucking lore there is to this cooking show. The deepest lore.
つまり
料理してるってこと。開発評議会のための料理。買い出しに行ってお菓子はゲットしてきたけど、それだけじゃ物足りないっしょ。
At this point in our game of conversation catch, we've thrown the ball back and forth 3 times, but I still haven't the foggiest idea what he's talking about. I ask a follow-up question.
なぜお前が作る必要がある？
僕が作っちゃ悪いん？
悪くはないが、ピザはどうなった？
I remember that in the other world line, Daru was supposed to have ordered 3 pizzas for delivery. I would think those would more than suffice to feed the development summit. And Mayuri answered. Mayuri spoke with her hands still up in the air, like a surgeon.
ピザラットはね、お休みだったのです。
Pizza rat. A pizza delivery chain, its mascot is a rat nibbling on some cheese. That doesn't seem like great for PR, gonna be honest.
休み？あそこの店に定休日なんてあったか？
定休日じゃなくて臨時休業だって。ダル君が電話したらそう言ってたみたい。
Daru nods with his back still turned to me.
何かあったのかな？ピザソースがなくなっちゃったとか。
This is impossible.
とにかくそんなわけでピザラットはお休みで、それじゃあ代わりにキッチン二郎のメンチカツが食べたいなーってマユシーが言ったら、だったら僕が作るをってダル君が。
ちょうど昨日の放送でマイネちゃんがメンチカツを作ってたんだ。ハードディスクに録画してあるからそれを見ながらなら作れるかなって。
だからマユシーはそのお手伝いをすることにしたの。
This is incredibly wholesome. I like this. I look at the TV to see a cute girl, supposedly Maine-chan, frozen in place with her index finger pointed up. They've paused their recording. Daru returns to his position in front of the stove and checks the oil temperature inside the tempura pot. Mayuri goes back to her spot too. Standing next to Daru, she sprinkles breadcrumbs over meatballs mixed with flour and egg. That's the wrong kind of flour, but okay. I hope they're not putting flowers in this. It's, that doesn't seem tasty. Is it okay for me to leave them to their own devices? A moment of worry enters my mind. Where is Kurusu in all this? I peek into the development room and she's there. Kurisu is sitting in front of a PC monitor, typing away at the keyboard. I sneak up behind her.
逃げっとできたか？栗ご飯とカメハメハよ。
Gotcha.
なんで知ってるのよ。
Heckin' busted. Kurisu, in a rush, shuts off the monitor and stands up with her arms spread open. What? Stands up with her arms spread open. What's behind her? Not even gonna try and decode that. What the fuck?
俺の魔眼をもってすれば、その程度のことを見通すのはたやすい。
別にアットちゃんをしてたわけじゃないから、ちょっと調べ物してただけ。
調べ物？タイムリープマシンはすでに完成している。これ以上何を調べる必要があると？
Kurisu bites her lip, looking annoyed. Her eyes wandered as she looked for some way to change the subject.
それにしてもよかったわね。
何が？
マユリのこと。
I'm clueless. She's not supposed to know anything about the ransom note, or that Mayuri had gone missing in another timeline. And it's not just Kurisu. There's no way Daru or Mayuri would know. I peek over at the kitchen. The two of them sang along joyfully as they flattened their meatballs.
あげればメンチカツだよ。
キャベツはどう出た。
まゆし、キャベツ波動ってなんぞ？
タルくん知らないの？
This is freaking
波動
adorable.
っていうのはね。
Peace had returned to our everyday life, but these peaceful days would crumble at the slight divergence in the world line. I understood that all too well. What if something happens after this? There's no guarantee that it won't. To make sure that we're prepared, I may need to explain things to Kurisu at least. This on my mind, I turned back toward the development room and spoke.
なあクリスティーナ、ちょっといいか？
I lead Kurisu down the staircase and out to the front of the Brontu workshop.
何よ、こんなところに連れ出して。
ああ、実はな。
I told Kurisu about my experience in previous world lines. There was no way to do so without mentioning that I'd time leaped, but for some reason, Kurisu accepted that with little hesitation. Today, in a different world line, the workshop next to us is supposed to close early, but in this one, they're still open. Inside, the lights shine bright, and the 42-inch CRT in the back is turned on. The owner, Mr. Braun, is also present. He stands imposingly as he watches the news.
なるほど、話は分かったわ。ただ長々と説明してくれたところ悪いんだけど、実はその話聞いたのこれで2度目なのよね。
2度目？
そう、2度目。とにかく今の話を聞いてだいたい状況はつかめたわ。あんたの身に何が起こったのかも分かった。ただ一つだけ確認しておきたいことがあるの。 D メールはどうなってる？いくつから送られてきたっていう例の脅迫メール。
It should be gone. Mayuri hasn't been abducted in this timeline. Or so I think as I open my cell phone. As I thought, the ransom letter that Ix sent via D-mail has disappeared without a trace.
ないみたいね。
I suddenly realize Kurisu is standing next to me. She looks at my cell phone screen and sees something that catches her attention? Why is that a question?
ね
Man, this one's
え、こ
rough.
のサイズのメールは何？これも D メールみたいだけど。
Ooh boy. It must be the D-mail I sent from Mayuri's phone in the previous world line. I open the messages to confirm. Keep Mayuri in to stop kidnapping. And it was just as we thought. Keep Mayuri in to stop kidnapping. When my past self saw this email, it must have set us on a path to this world life. That's why Mayuri is in the lab right now. That's why she's able to stand in the kitchen and sing a song about Menchikatsu. There are no problems. Absolutely none. Except for the one thing that bugged me.
おかしい。
何が？
この3通の D メール、いずれも受信時刻が今日の15時20分になっている。俺が直前の世界線でこいつを送ったのは18時20分前後のことだった。送信先の時刻指定のダルに任せた。マイリが確実にラボにいると認められた時刻が15時16分だったから、その時刻に D メールを送るようダルに頼んだんだ。
それが15時20分だったってことね。
ああ。
で、それの何がおかしいっていうの？
電話レンジカッコ仮は1時間単位でしか D メールを送ることができなかったはず。タイマーの1秒は現実の1時間に換算され、その時間分過去へと遡って D メールは送信される。ところで助手よ、15時20分は18時20分の何時間前だ
？3時間前。
その通り。たったの3時間前。つまりダルは電話レンジカッコ仮のタイマーを3秒にセットしたということになる。一方、これまでの実験結果から D メールを1時間前に送信するのは不可能であることが確かめられている。なぜならこの時電話レンジカッコ仮のタイマーに設定するのはたったの1秒であり、この短い稼働時間では放電現象が起こらないからだ。では3秒ではどうだろう。果たしてこの3秒の間に放電現象は発生したのか。さらにその間に俺はマイリの携帯の送信ボタンを押さなければならなかったはず。どうだろう。俺はダルが電話レンジカッコ仮を起動してからわずか3秒の間に送信ボタンを押すことができたのだろうか。答えは今だ。確実に3秒以上は経っていただろう。ところがどういうわけか。
はいはいはいはい、分かった分かった。もう十分よ。それ以上言わなくても大丈夫。答え教えてあげましょうか。
答え？
簡単なことよ。電話レンジは改良されたの。タイマーの1秒が現実の1分に換算されるようにね。だから3時間前に D メールを送ることが可能だったのよ。3時間は180分。橋田は単にタイマーを180秒に設定しただけ。
180秒もあれば放電現象を起こすには十分。そういうことか。
Risu nods.
改良したのは誰だ？
もちろん私。
Of course.
では東欧、どうしてお前は別の世界線ではその改良をしなかった？
そんなこと聞かれても困るけど、多分お金がなかったんじゃない？改良した電話レンジにはものすごく高価でレアな部品が使われてるの。それを手に入れることができなかったから改良は諦めたんだと思う。
だったらこの世界線ではその資金はどうやって調達したって言うんだ？
魔改造計画で余った資金を使ったのよ。
魔改造計画？
ちょっと待ってよ。それも知らないっていうの？未来ガジェット魔改造計画。あんたが立案した計画なのよ。
Ah, come to think of it, Daru mentioned it when preparing for the D-mail. He said something like, good thing we magic modded it. But he never clarified what he was talking about. I narrow my eyes as I ask Kurisu.
なんだよそれは。
やっぱり覚えてないんだ。きっとリーディングシュタイナーのせいね。
It seems that way.
それじゃあ秋葉発明コンテストの件は？
なあ、それなら知ってる。
I take the flyer from my pocket and unfold it for Kurisu.
だったら話は早いわ。つまりそういうこと。
それだけでは何もわからん。ちゃんと説明してくれ。
だからあんたはどこかでこのチラシを見つけてきて突然コンテストに参加するって言い出したのよ。きっと金に目がくらんだのね。
しっけえな。おそらくこの俺のことだから金よりも名誉の方に惹かれたのだろう。
まあとにかくそんなわけでラボにあるガラクタの数々を応募することにしたのよ。
ガラクタって言うな。
でもあんた自身もそう考えてたみたいよ。このままではダメだ、対象は取れん、改良の必要がある、そう言い出したんだって。それで
未来ガジェット魔改造計画が始動することになったわけか。
そういうこと。もっとも私は直にその発言を聞いたわけではないんだけどね。魔改造計画に取り掛かったのは一月も前のことだったみたいで、その頃私はまだラボにはいなかったから。
According to Kurisu, under my proposed magic mod project, the following improvements have been made to our gadgets. First of all, the future gadget number 1, the big bit particle gun, was originally able to change channels on a TV in a sequential order. But apparently, with the additional button on top of the clip, it can now turn the TV on and off too. Next, regarding future gadget number 2, the bamboo helicam. This problem child of a device is made up of bamboo toy helicopter and a CCD camera attached to its fulcrum. However, the camera spins around as the copter does. Viewing the footage can make the observer nauseous. Then came the implementation of a gyro sensor. With this, we can prevent the camera from spinning, making stable, non-spinning videos possible. For future gadget number 3, could this be Aura Aura? We included an additional function to measure the pH of a test subject's saliva. I love... They're literally just, like, making them, like, somewhat useful. At least the camera. This gadget is a so-called lie detector, determining whether the test subject was lying or not based on the sweat of their thumb. But with this additional function, the credibility of this device improved, apparently succeeding in making this device look even more like a real lie detector. Future gadget number 4, Moed Snake, received no particular upgrades. Apparently, because it looked dangerous, we determined that there was no way it could win the grand prize and excluded it from the project. The list continues. Future gadget number 5, once again I made something worthless by Goemon, was a unique marriage between a hairdryer and a vacuum cleaner. I fucking love the future gadgets so much. We installed an air purifier into this device. By cleaning the exhausted air, the mod made it into an eco-friendly gadget. Future gadget number 6, Sayaloom Saber, had a fatal flaw where the fake blood inside would solidify after it had been lit up. Through the Magic Mod project, this defect has been resolved. The fake blood never solidifies, and the texture is even more realistic apparently. Last, but perhaps most impressive, is future gadget number 7, Ghost in the Ball. What was once made up of 6-inch CRT TVs was now composed of a super high-resolution sheet-type OEL displays. It uses 12 pentagonal displays and 20 hexagonal displays, making it a truncated icosahedron, much like a regular soccer ball. It's just a shape. Despite being called an icosahedron, it doesn't actually have 20 faces, but rather 12 pentagonal faces and 20 regular hexagonal faces, making for a total of 32 faces. It's still referred to as an icosahedron because of the 12 vertices, typically associated with soccer balls. Interesting. Also, sheet-type OEL display. An LED screen comprised of an organic TFT and EL device integrated into a flexible plastic film. Interesting. At each corner of the display is installed a high-performance widescreen CCD camera. The images captured by these cameras are displayed on the screen opposite. The only drawback, apparently, is its extremely long boot-up time.
それにしてもよくそんな資金があったものだ。しかも一部は余り電話レンジ確保仮の改良に使われたという。一体誰がそんな金を。
それは
Before she could answer, a slicing scream echoed through the air. It's Mayuri's voice, coming down from above us. When I look up, I see flickering inside the window. That gleaming red light could only be...
火事よ岡部、急いで。
Kurisu dashes up the staircase, and I follow close behind. Oh my god. Kurisu and I throw open the door to the lab, and are immediately pushed back by an intense wave of heat. They have a fire extinguisher, right? Please tell me they have a fire extinguisher. The room was filling with dark smoke. Visibility was poor. I could hardly see even a few meters in front of me. I call out their names as loudly as I can. A response came quickly. I crouch down and peek below the smoke. The room is divided by a wall of fire. And beyond the blazing flames was Mayuri. She's trembling like a small animal. The flames are blocking her path over to me. Save the Mayuri! Haru was standing right next to me. He's flustered, completely at a loss for what to do in this situation. I'm not gonna ask him what happened just yet. Saving Mayuri comes first. My lab coat was already off. Holding it in one hand, I run for the kitchen sink. I turn on the faucet and soak my coat in water. A weak voice from beyond the fire. I can hear Mayuri calling me, but I didn't take the time to respond. I cover myself in the soaked lab coat, and without hesitation, I jump into the fire. Hell yeah! When I busted through the wall of flames, right in front of me was Mayuri.
Mayuri, 大丈夫か?
それよりもオカリンは
俺のことなら気にするな。俺は法王院教務だ。これ式の炎に焼かれることはない。
でもほっぺたのところやけどしてる。
これはただの日焼けだ。
As I spoke, I took off my lab coat and draped it over Mayuri's head. I wrap it around her front to cover her entire body.
なんだかハロウィンのお化けみたい。
もしくは警察に連行されていく犯罪者だな。
We don't have time for this ridiculous small talk.
さあ行くぞ、Mayuri!
But I love it, regardless. I pick Mayuri up and jump through the flames once more. I run down the stairs and come in front of the Brontube workshop. The fire had already drawn a crowd. Roaring at the front of it was the owner. He was swinging his massive arms around as if he was ready to beat the hell out of me any second. Daru was trying desperately to calm him down. He held onto the owner's upper body and planted his feet.
おい、オカメ、こいつは一体どういうことだ。てめえ、とんでもないことをしてくれやがったな。
Please don't murder me, Mr. Brun. For some reason, he's blaming me. Well, it's true that I am the CEO of the lab, so I guess it is my responsibility. Then, as if she could read my thoughts, Mayuri spoke.
全部マユシーのせいなの。
Don't be... Dude, sad Mayuri hurts too much.
マユシーが
Stop it.
火のついた天ぷら鍋に水をかけちゃったから。そしたら 炎がボワーってなって鍋がひっくり返って、だからごめんね、オカリ、クリスチャン、本当にごめんなさい。
待って、謝るのはまだ早いわ。その前にどうして天ぷら鍋の油に火がついたのか理由を教えてくれない？
ちゃんと見てなかったのか？
ダルくんは録画したマイネちゃんの番組を見てて、マユシーはその時新一さんと電話を。
新一？
中瀬新一さん、吹雪ちゃんのお兄ちゃんだよ。吹雪ちゃんのお兄ちゃんは質屋で働いてるレイヤーさんなの。
It was stupid of me to ask. All this information is trivial. But the mystery was solved. We knew how the fire broke out. First of all, after putting the tempura pot on the burner, Daru got swept away by Maine-chan's show. Meanwhile, Mayuri was busy on the phone with this Fubuki's brother person, so she too was ignoring the pot. The temperature of the oil in the ignored pot rose to its boiling point and started to vaporize. Then the flames from the gas stove reacted with the vapor, turning it into a giant column of flame. The frightened Mayuri instinctively threw water at it in hopes of putting the fire out. But that is the only forbidden act. I mean, it's true. That is the only forbidden action one must never take against an oil flame. The water instantly evaporates, and the resulting explosion sprays burning oil in all directions. From a distance, I can see the siren of a fire truck, or hear, I don't know, one of those two, probably. I stand there, vacantly looking up at the lab. The fire shows no signs of waning. In fact, it keeps growing harsher and harsher.
ガジェット、せっかく魔改造したのに水の泡ね。
Kurisu mutters.
いや、この際その件はどうでもいいよ。それよりも僕らが苦労して集めた宝の方が。
I suddenly realized that Daru was standing next to us. The owner had run into the workshop to grab what looked like important documents and ran away somewhere.
宝って何？
Kurisu inquires. Daru, looking at the second floor window, absent-mindedly responded.
スケブのことだお。
スケブ？
スケッチブックのこと。
Again with this skib.
あの中には青梅さん、糸野井さん、猪本さん、海近さん、勘弘さん、七成さん、日野板さん、堀幸さん、福友さん、福さんの絵が詰まってたんだ。それだけじゃないよ。他にもたくさん有名な絵師さんのイラストが。でもこの炎の中じゃもうダメぽ。きっと焼き尽くされちゃう。ああ。
You're the one that caused this. I wanted to scream, but I managed to choke back my words. Scolding Daru was pointless. Either way, what's done can't be undone. What's done can't be undone. What's done can't be undone? Right, that's right. What am I doing waiting around here? At this rate, the phone wave, name subject to change, and the completed time leap machine will be burned to ash. Since we can't guarantee that Mayuri won't be kidnapped, it would be really bad if I couldn't send email or time leap anymore. And furthermore, this lab houses a countless number of our precious memories. I won't let some tempura oil destroy our holy sanctuary, our grand future gadget laboratory. My feet had started moving before I could think. I confidently ascended the steps of the staircase.
ちょっと岡部、何するつもり？
What am I doing? Foolish question. There's only one thing left to do. I Extinguish the fire. I open the door and enter the lab once again. I put a nearby lab coat over my head and jump into the fire. I leap through the wall of flame and tumble into the development room. Luckily, the fire hasn't yet reached this area. The phone wave, named subject to change, is safe. Now, to deal with the fire, I will put it out. I shall extinguish it! I had two options. Leap through time or send a D-mail. There's risk involved with the former. The time leap machine is defective. Kurusu told me that in a previous world line. Come to think of it, maybe the time leap machine's malfunctions were caused by the magic mods. Maybe when the improvements to the phone wave, named subject to change, were made, the copy and pasting of memory and data stopped working properly. At any rate, there's no room for error. I must choose the option with guaranteed success. And that's D-mail. I will send a D-mail. The recipient will be my cell phone. The time will be 3:22. It was 3:20 when the Keep Mayuri In message arrived, so I decided to send this one immediately after. Just because it's possible that the Keep Mayuri In message could be deleted if I send the new one earlier. I'll have to experiment with the idea of erasing D-mails like that, but for now, I decided that I'm better safe than sorry. The message looks like this. Stop summit. Use no fire. Lab will burn. After I've typed it up, I proceeded to set the timer to 240 seconds and activate. It's currently 7:22, so in order to send a D-mail to 3:22, the timer should read 420 seconds. Electricity had already begun to discharge. I'd selected the recipient. All I needed to do was press send. I raised my right arm and shouted. Then I pressed the button. I fucking love this guy. I love him so much. This freaking goober. This crazy ass goober. The world trembles. My vision wavers. My heart felt as though an evil dwarf was running around inside it, breaking things. That's incredibly specific. It's okay. It's just the usual dizziness. It will soon subside. After waiting for things to settle down, I slowly surveyed my surroundings. A stranger stands in front of me. Who is he? I did not recognize the man at all, but he stands and stares at me. It's creepy. He doesn't seem like someone I should get involved with. I casually try to make my way out of his line of sight. Once more, I take in my surroundings. The coin lockers in front of Daibiru. As usual, I didn't understand what I was doing there. There's no question that my reading Steiner has activated. The world line has changed. Suddenly, the something about the stacked coin lockers caught my eye. Oh shit. The door of the locker in the bottom left corner is severely deformed. My curiosity draws me near. I squat down and take a peek inside. Empty. There was nothing inside. So what? The locker is of no concern. More importantly, the lab. I have to check on the lab. I took off running in its direction. It may have been the man from earlier, but by the time his voice reached my back, I didn't care. I keep running without turning back. 7:31 p.m. I arrive in front of the Brawn Tube workshop. I put my hands on my knees, gather my breath, and look up above me. Well, it never happened, but yeah. There was no crackling red light behind the window. There were no crowds, and Mr. Braun was just watching some variety TV show on his 42-inch CRT television as if nothing happened. Phew. I take a deep breath with my hand on my chest. I wipe the sweat off my forehead and climb the steps to the lab. Before I could say, something strange robbed me of speech. An unexpected sight rushed up to greet me as I opened the door. I sure hope that's Dr. Pepper. Jesus Christ. Bright red blood is spattered around the room. The blood was not yet dry, still glossy and wet. Calm down, calm down. Think. What the hell could have happened? I sent a D-mail in the previous world line and moved over to this world line. My D-mail likely canceled the development summit, but that would have erased the lab fire. But in its place... I look at my watch. It's 7:34. Don't tell me. The Rounders raided us? No, that can't be. That's not possible. That was a different world line. Then what do I make of all this blood? Whose is it? Come to think of it, where are the lab mems? There wasn't a trace of anyone in the room. No Mayuri, no Kurisu, no Daru. I ran over to the development room, but it was empty too. They weren't here. There was no blood in the development room, but there was something I didn't recognize. A single piece of paper on the table. I take a look at it. It was a memo. Promissory contract. Promissory? How do you pronounce that word? Google save me. Normally I don't care, but I don't know. This one's gonna bug me. Promissory. Makes sense since this is derived from the word promise. Whatever. Promissory contract. Kadone Shinpan Co. Limited, hereinafter Party A, and Rentaro Okabe, hereinafter Party B, hereby enter a monetary expenditure loan contract in the agreement of the following terms. Section 1. Effective today, A offers a loan of 3 million yen to B, which B accepts. Section 2. B shall repay A the 3 million yen loan mentioned in the previous section by August 11th, 2011, either in person or via bank transfer. Section 3. Interest shall be 0% until September 11th, 2010. Any repayments remaining after this day shall incur interest at the rate of 10% per 10 days. Jesus Christ! August 12th, 2010. I don't know a lot about loans and shit, but that's a lot, right? That's big interest, right? Further down on the debtor Party B line, there's a signature and initials. The signature read Okabe Rintaro in what was unmistakably my own handwriting. Scoffing at the absurd promissory contract, I rip it up and toss the pieces into the trash. And then I noticed. Up until now, I hadn't taken a look at myself and noticed the anomaly. My hands are covered with blood. And it's not just my hands. Examining myself further, I found blackish red blood stains all over my clothes. What the hell? What happened? My hand trembles as I take out my phone. I needed to know where the lab mems were. I forced my shaking fingers to call Mayuri. Silence. Not so much as a ring. And a moment later, a robotic voice gives me a message.
ただいま電話に出ることができません。ピーという発信音の後にお名前とご用件をお話しください。
俺だ、マイリ、大至急連絡をくれ。
I then proceeded to call Kurisu, then Daru, only to get the same result. No ring, just the robotic message. In my rage, I kicked a nearby shelf. If their phones don't ring, that means they must be off, or they have no signal, or they're already... Shaking the terrible thoughts out of my head, I catch a glimpse under the table. There sat the phone wave, name subject to change, / time leap machine. It took me no time to decide. I don't believe a mere D-mail will solve anything at this point. Even if I manage to avert one tragedy using a D-mail, there's no guarantee that I'd be able to do so a second or third time. My experiences in other world lines have been proof of that. So I'm leaping. I will perform a time leap. I'll solve this problem by getting to the root of what happened in the lab. I can't see any other way to make things right. Kurisu said that the time leap machine was defective, but it only failed to transmit my memory data once. It might not happen this time. It's worth a shot. In order to prevent this worst case scenario, I must leap at any cost. I activate the X68000 and adjust the settings. The magic mod improvements should have been applied to the time leap functionality as well, so... Pound 120. 120 minutes. I'll leap back 2 hours. I thought 1 hour would be too recent, and 3 hours would be too far back. So I chose the time in between. I put on the headgear. Fear of losing my memory again crept into my thoughts, but I shut my eyes tightly and pushed it away. I've already decided. There's no turning back. The preparations are complete. All I need to do now is activate the device. I love these names. I love that literally only Mayuri has her actual name in his address book. That's the best thing, is that literally just Mayuri. Everyone else has either a nickname, like a normal nickname, or one of his nicknames. I raised my right hand and roared. This fucking guy. Hold on. Who's Zurvan? Primordial creator deity worshipped by a now extinct heretical branch of Zoroastrianism. Its name means time. Neat. Noise pierces my eardrums. I feel like a piece of shattered glass is being driven into every wrinkle of my brain. My vision undulates wildly for a moment, then gradually stabilizes. My dizziness thankfully taking the pain in my head with it. No blood. I didn't need to look around to figure out where I was. The usual scenery was right before my eyes. In my right hand was a cell phone. My left hand was empty. Fine. Empty is fine. Both of my hands were clean, and there was no bloodstains on my clothes. I look at my watch. 5:41.
Time leap.
What about my memory? The fact that the question surfaced at all was a sign that it succeeded. I remember everything before the time leap. I could recall everything in vivid detail, even the shape of the spatters of blood all over the room. But now, that blood is nowhere to be seen. The wall, the floor, the sketchbook on the table.
ねえねえ、オカリン。何してるの？
My sweet Mayuri. I've heard a voice behind me. I turn around to see Mayuri standing there with a puzzled look on her face. Mayuri. I'm struck by the sudden urge to embrace her, but I just barely managed to hold myself back. Though I'd assumed her safety from the lack of blood in the room, seeing her as confirmation, the tension in my heart slowly began to relax. I sigh lightly so Mayuri doesn't suspect a thing.
ところでマユリ、お前こんなところで何をしている？
何ってずっとオカリンと一緒にいたのに変なこと聞くね。
I held back from mentioning anything about my reading Steiner or making a time leap. She probably wouldn't understand even if I tried to explain.
さっきちょっと頭を打ってしまって、ここ数時間の記憶がないのだ。
Then Mayuri said,
大丈夫？お医者さんに見てもらった方が。
いや、案ずるなマユリよ。大したことはない。お前から話を聞かせてもらえればすぐに思い出すはずだ。で、何を？
完成したコスを眺めてうっとりしたりとか、ルカ君が着てるところを想像してでへへってしたりとか。
待て、まさかお前ルカ子のところに行ったのか？
行ってないよ。だってオカリンが絶対外に出るなって言ったから。
助手とダルはラボにはいないようだが。
いないね。まだ戻ってきてないんだ。っていうか今日はもう戻ってこないんじゃないかな。ダル君は銀座に映画を見に行くって言ってたよ、電話で。コードジアースの劇場版今やってるでしょ。
Oh, GS.
それの18時の回を見るって。
Hilarious.
クリスちゃんはわからないけど、でもやっぱり戻ってこないと思うな。
どうして？
怒ってたから。
なぜ？
オカリンがいきなり開発評議会は中止だって言い出したからだよ。クリスちゃんもダル君も評議会のための買い出しをしてる途中だったのに、突然2人のところに電話をかけて中止だって。
Aha, now I get it. In order to confirm this, I pulled out my cell phone and checked the mailbox. Winkyoma. Keep Mayuri in to stop. Kidnapping. Stop summit. Use no fire. Lab will burn. I sent the 3 D-mails at the bottom, or more accurately, the one D-mail split into 3 parts from Mayuri's phone in the first world line. At the top are the ones I sent in the subsequent world line in order to prevent the fire. Having received these D-mails around 3:20, I seem to have followed their instructions to a T. First, I stopped Mayuri from going out and confined her to the lab. Then I called Kurisu and Daru to declare that the summon was cancelled. It's no surprise that that would upset them, though. Now that I think of it, is Mayuri aware of her kidnapping? Did my past self tell Mayuri, don't go anywhere or you'll be kidnapped? Judging by her demeanor, that doesn't seem to be the case. Her relaxed, carefree smile doesn't show even a trace of urgency. But that's the way she always is. Her smile is hardly evidence.
オカリン、みたらし団子食べる？
It is the best, though. So, in a blink, Mayuri had a pack of Mitarashi Dango skewers in her hands. One of the 3 packs commonly sold in convenience stores. Mayuri had already grabbed one of the 3 skewers. 2 left. To eat or not to eat? To eat. As I reached out to grab one, suddenly an image resurfaced from the back of my mind. brought back by the sticky glossiness of the Mitarashi dango. Blood. The fresh blood all over the lab's floor and walls. Whose blood was that? If what Mayuri said is true, then Kurisu and Daru will not come back to the lab today. Then it could only be one person.
マユリ、今すぐそのみたらし団子をそこに置け。
もう食べ始めちゃったよ。
だったら食べかけの1本はそのままでいい。残りの2本をテーブルに置くんだ。
どうして？
出かけるからだ。
なんで？
なんでもだ。
We stay here, there's a risk we'll be attacked by someone. No, not a risk, a certainty.
でも絶対外に出るなってオカリンは言ったよ。2回も。
2回？
うん。1回目はオカリンの携帯にメールが届いた時で、2回目はマユシーの携帯にメールが届いた時、このメールをオカリンに見せたらそう言ったの。
Mayuri said as she faced her cell phone screen toward me. No going out, lab is safe. Fight blchds. From Ferris-chan. She received it at 3:26, 4 minutes after I received the Stop Summit message. This email was sent to Mayuri's cell phone at that time. Yes, this D-mail composed of 3 messages of 12 one-bit characters each. It was clear that it had been sent from the future of a different world line. What is a blackhead? Blackhead, maybe? No, that seems both unnatural and unnecessary. Why would staying in the lab help protect us against bad skin? And fight? I envisioned myself putting on a massive, poorly washed nose and... What? I envisioned myself putting a massive, poorly washed nose into a grapevine stretch. Type of pro wrestling move. Very helpful, thank you. Got it. Fight black... Okay, I got it. What a weird sentence. It was so surreal that it made my eye twitch. The message alone is enough to baffle, but there was another peculiar thing about it. The sender. Ferris-chan. Ferris-chan is how Mayuri addresses Ferris. Why? Why is the kitty girl sending D-mail? Mystery, mystery, mystery. All of this nonsense was enough to make my brain short out in this shower of sparks. There was another element that confused me. 2 sentences written in the D-mail. No going out, lab is safe. They threw me. There's no question that we'll be attacked by some enemy if we stay here. But the D-mail that Ferris sent says that the lab is safe. And the strong wording of no going out message only hammers it home. What do I do? What do I do? Thoughts were interrupted by a high-pitched electronic sound blaring from Mayuri's phone. A red message window pops up on the screen. No remaining battery life, shutting off. A few seconds later, Mayuri's cell phone went black.
充電切れちゃったんだ。ところでオカリン、みたらし団子もう1本食べてもいい？
Mayuri asks, her mouth covered with tare sauce. I don't know what that is. Mitarashi dango are composed of 3 to 5 dango on a stick, dipped in sweet kudzu sauce. This is a type of tare sauce. It originated at a small cafe in Kyoto and gets its name from the name of said shop. Careful not to confuse tare with mitarashi, as they are not the same thing. I'm gonna be honest, that doesn't clear a lot up for me, but neat. I sighed my response. We still have time. The blood in the lab didn't look to have been there for very long. Whatever tragedy occurred likely happened only 15 minutes before I entered the lab, maybe 30. Even if I thought the attack was an hour before I arrived, we'd still have 40 minutes or so left. With that in mind, I've decided to use my internal time limit as half of that, 20 minutes. I need to decide our course of action within that time. Do we stay here, or do I run away somewhere with Mayuri? We'll stay here until our 20 minutes is up. However, given my uncertainty, I decided to check the phone wave, name subject as change, / time leap machine, just in case. I pointed myself in the direction of the development room, and a certain piece of paper caught my eye, the promissory contract. The document that I had just ripped to shreds sat untorn on the desk. That's not a surprise. Well, of course it's been reconstructed. I did time leap after all. Once again, I pick up this obnoxious document and stare it down. Effective today, A offers a loan of 3 million yen to B, which B accepts. It's dated August 12th of this year. In other words, yesterday. Apparently, I borrowed 3 million yen from the Kadone Shinpan company. But why?
おかえり、何見てるの？
An unexpected voice met my ears. When I look up, Mayuri's innocent face was directly in front of mine. She chews away at a mouthful of mitarashi dango. From the looks of things, she's probably not aware of the contract. I casually return it to its original place, place my hand on Mayuri's shoulder, and led her back to the common room. I ask her, just to make sure.
マユリ、300万円と聞いて何か思い当たることは？
For a second, Mayuri's eyes moved as if she were thinking of something over. She stopped chewing.
マユシーが宝くじで当てた金額のことかな。
宝くじ？
ラボの共同資産を運用したの。みんなには内緒で、マユシーがこっそり買っちゃったんだ。できる主婦みたいでしょ。ってあれ？おかり、さっきはここ数時間の記憶がないって言ってたよね。宝くじを当てたのは1ヶ月ぐらい前のことだけど、それも覚えてないの？
She's always been pretty sharp. Fortunately, I have a go-to method for situations like this. I held my head in my hands and started screaming.
頭が割れそうだ。
どうしたの、オカリン？
機関によって埋め込まれたリコレクリジェクターダイアレイト、通称 R2A が作動を始めたのだ。宝くじのことを思い出せなくなってしまったのはきっとそのため。
そんな、大丈夫？
大丈夫かどうかはお前次第だ。
どういうこと？
奪われた記憶を取り戻すことによって R2A に逆向きの脳内パルスを送り込むことができる。そうすれば R2A を破壊することが可能なのだ。
He's like, you can't even fault him. He's like, it's like legitimately good.
さあだから教えてくれ、マユリ。宝くじで当てた300万円はその後どうなった？
It's like a killer narrative. Mayuri balls her hands into tight fists, furrowed her brow, and spoke.
使っちゃったよ。
何に？
未来ガジェット魔改造計画に。
ガジェットを改良するための資金にしたというのか？
だってさっきも言ったけど、もともと宝くじはラボのお金で買ったものだったし、だからラボのためになるようなことに使おうってみんなで相談して決めたの。それに発明コンテストで大賞を取れば300万円はそっくりそのまま戻ってくることになるでしょ。というわけで未来ガジェット研究所の明るい未来に投資することにしたんだよ。 言葉の受け売りだけど。
Mayuri responded, swinging the half-eaten stick of Mitarashi Dango around with a stern look on her face.
ちなみにコンテストにはもう応募したのか？
締め切りは8月31日だから、それまではできるだけ改良を続けるって。ねえオカリ、本当に大丈夫？
Mayuri looks at my face with concern. I put my finger against my temple, shake my head lightly, then speak.
ああ、もう大丈夫だ。R2 の破壊に成功したらしい。
よかった。
Mayuri sighs deeply and looks at me with twinkling eyes. Then, seemingly remembering the Mitarashi Dango in her hand, she takes another bite. She's the freaking best, dude. Oh my god. Oh god, stop. Alright, we're good. That's one mystery solved. I now know where the funding for the Magic Mod project came from. But that was not the answer I was looking for. The contract is still shrouded in mystery. Why would I borrow 3 million yen? I didn't even have enough evidence to base my theories on. If this wasn't used to fund the Magic Mod project, then... could it be for the ransom? The idea blinked into my head. Maybe the kidnapper demanded 3 million yen in exchange for their hostage's life. Maybe that's why I needed to borrow the money. The price is fairly low by typical ransom standards, but if I were the target, it would make sense. There's no way a mere student like me could come up with hundreds of billions of yen. However, the kidnapping occurred only in the first world line. The Mayuri of this world line has gone neither missing nor become anyone's hostage. Wait, hostage? When I turned around, Mayuri was reaching for the third Mitarashi Dango skewer. Seemingly sensing my gaze, she slowly turned to face me. She laughed, embarrassed. And she takes a bite of Mitarashi Dango. Her mouth is dripping. The amount of times I've said the words Mitarashi Dango in the past fucking 5 minutes is unreal. She licks the tare sauce off of her lips. Nothing has changed. Mayuri, eating dango with a blissful smile on her face. She regained that smile the day she became my hostage. Mayuri was 11 years old when her beloved grandmother died. After that, she lost both her words and her smile. She might have lost her hearing, too. No matter how many times I called her name, she never responded. It was the cemetery, where her deceased grandmother sleeps. For over half a year, Mayuri stood in front of her gravestone every single day. Even on rainy days and windy days. I was in middle school back then, but because I was worried about Mayuri, I often went to the cemetery to check on her. Mayuri always stood in front of the gravestone, silently looking up at the sky. She looked so ephemeral. It was as if she could disappear at any moment. So I called her name over and over again to try and keep her here. But Mayuri never responded. Holding her pocket watch tightly in her hand, she just stared up into the heavens. That pocket watch was a keepsake from her grandmother. Mayuri's most important treasure. Mayuri always carried it with her. That old antique pocket watch. It was quite a while later that I found out that it had a name, Pockety. And one rainy day, Mayuri stood in front of that gravestone, umbrella in hand, as she gazed up at the falling rain. The rain eventually subsided, and light broke through the clouds. A phenomenon known as Rembrandt rays, or an angel's ladder. For a moment, I lost my... Oh my god, I'm actually tearing up even now, fuck! This is so unfair, dude. For a moment, I lost myself in the beautiful sight before me, and a gust of wind blew by and carried Mayuri's umbrella away. But Mayuri hardly seemed to notice. Slowly, she reaches her hand toward the beckoning ray of light. It looked as though she was trying to grab onto an invisible ladder. She stands up on the very edge of her tiptoes, climbing, rising. She's going to be taken away. So without thinking, I grabbed Mayuri's wrist, and before I knew it, I was embracing her. I didn't realize how embarrassing those words were until I said them. So to hide my I assume it's supposed to be embarrassment. To hide my embarrassment, I just started chaining words together. This line came from an enemy boss character from a hero drama that Mayuri and I were into. He was supposed to be a mad scientist, and I was good at impersonating him. Said Mayuri in my arms. Her small shoulders shook. The voice I hadn't heard for half a year was quiet and ragged, but very comfortable to my ear. Mayuri said as she burrowed her face into my chest. Her warm tears seemed to permeate my skin. From that day, Mayuri became my hostage. As my hostage, Mayuri regained her words, but she still periodically visited the cemetery. I went with her every time, offering flowers with her. Every time we visited the graveyard, we made sure to stop by a food stall to eat dango. She always ordered mitarashi dango. Mayuri, savoring the bite she'd taken, regained her usual smile. That almost broke me. I'm gonna be honest. That almost got me. Suddenly, a muffled, bassy sound growled into the room. I heard a car door shut. Something feels wrong. I rush over to the window and look down. There's a single car parked in front of the Braun Tube workshop. A black SUV with tinted windows. Did not look friendly. But it was surrounded by something even further from friendly. Around the car stood men wearing black hoods. Within their deep hoods, the men were wearing creepy masks. No, not just the masks. Everything about their appearance just seemed to drip with suspicion. Are these rounders? I eliminated the thought the moment it entered my head. These men are not rounders. Rounders don't stand out like that during surveillance. What's more, I knew from other world lines that their raid is at another time. Then debt collectors? That possibility was also weeded out immediately. According to the contract, the repayment deadline wasn't until next year. There was no way they would come to collect the money I just borrowed yesterday. But then, who are these people? Then it hit me. I remembered the D-mail that was sent to Mayuri's cell phone. Right, Blackhoods. Maybe that was supposed to mean black hoods instead of blackheads. They do have black hoods. But that would mean... When I turned around, I saw Mayuri running toward me. I reactively grabbed Mayuri's head and pulled her down next to me. That sound.
プラグ艦工房の前に怪しい連中がいる。
期間
そうかもしれないが、おそらく違うだろう。
マユシーも見たいな。
ダメだ。
どうして？
There's no point in hiding it now. I told her without hesitation.
よく聞いてくれ。お前は別の世界線で誘拐された。もしかしたらこの世界線にもさらわれることになるかもしれん。つまり何者かに狙われているんだよ、お前は。
Mayuri tilted her head slightly. That was her response.
とにかく外にいる連中はその誘拐犯かもしれないんだ。もしそうだとしたらお前がここにいるとバレるのはまずい。だから
よくわからないけど、わかったよ。それじゃあマユシーは開発室の方に行ってるね。
Mayuri lays flat on the floor, then rolls toward the development room and disappears inside. I would love nothing more than to see that. Just imagine her doing a little tumble roll on her side. I mutter to myself, then look out the window again. While Mayuri's overpowering tranquility nearly made me forget, this was a dire situation. 5 mystery men stand in front of the Brontu workshop as if to block out the path. Block out the path, I guess. The Ohiyama building is very closely surrounded by similar buildings on each side but the entrance. There's no alternative way out. I thought about jumping out from the bathroom window to the building directly across from it, but when I took a closer look, I realized that the window of the other building was reinforced with steel fencing, so it would be impossible to sneak in. So in order to escape, I have to get down the stairs and past all 5 men with Mayuri in tow. But I didn't believe that would be possible. It would be hard alone, and attempting to do escape while leading Mayuri along by the hand would be a fool's errand. But then what can I do? How do I get out of this? The door to our lab is securely locked, but I knew from experience that the lock was brittle and could be broken with a kick. If those 5 men get in here, we're finished. Even I, a master of Seishin Zanma-style swordsmanship, am only human without a blade. Fighting 5 people to protect Mayuri may be too much for me to handle. At that moment, my cell phone rang. I'm gonna be honest, I heard that ringtone. My first thought was, my phone? No, his phone. My ears were assailed by a booming voice, so deep it sounded as though it were emerging from underground. But I recognized it.
山村先生、中学の頃の担任の。だったらお前は誰だ？名を名乗れ。
マキセよ、マキセクリス、わからないの？
ハットチャンネルはクリスか。ちょうどいいところに。
チャンネルクリス。
その2つ名はやめろ。
とにかく聞いてくれクリスティーナ。大変なことになったんだ。
大変なことになったのはこっちも同じ。全部あんたのせいなんだからね。
何が？
携帯を落としたのよ。
どこに？
トイレに水没させちゃったの。サルベージには成功したけど、うんともすんとも言わないわ。
つまり壊れたと。
そうよ。だからこうして公衆電話からかけてるんじゃない。
それはお悔やみ申し上げます。
ふざけてるの？
だがそれがどうして俺のせいになる？
あんたが突然開発評議会は中止だなんて言い出したからよ。買い出しの途中だったのにね。いきなり電話をかけてきて理由も告げずに一方的に評議会の中止を宣言した。だから私はむしゃくしゃして。
むしゃくしゃして。
このネカフェに。
Where is this going? What?
あ、今笑っただろ。
笑ってはいない。草を生やしただけだ。とにかく、そのネットカフェのトイレに携帯を落としてしまったと。
そう。だから全部、あんたのせいなの。
Superb logic, Chris. It's really tracks. I'm not really seeing the cause and effect at work here, but whatever. This isn't the time to quibble.
クリスティーナ、落ち着いたか？
何？
その様子だと、どうやら留飲を下げてくれたようだな。
だから何なのよ。
では聞いてくれ。もう一度言う。大変なことになったんだ。
Told her everything. Everything that I'd gone through. Everything that made her the suspicious... Everything about the suspicious men outside. I didn't leave a single detail out. After listening to my story, Kurusu let out a small sigh and spoke.
わかったわ。とにかく、目下の最優先事項は、マユリの身の安全を確保することにあると。
Always. Everything falls silent. All I can hear from the cell phone is white noise. But it didn't last long. Somebody knocks on the door.
まさか。
どうしたの？
I take a quick look out the window. No one there. The men in black hoods that stood around the car had disappeared. Which would mean...
まずいことになった。今連中はドアの外にいる。
鍵は？
かかってる。だが、蹴破られるのは時間の問題だろう。
Another silence. My hands grow wet with perspiration. My cell phone almost slipped out of my right hand, but I used my left to support it. After a moment, Kurisu spoke.
私の言った通りにして考えがあるの。
考え？
質問は禁止よ。ドアの外に連中がいるんでしょ。時間がないの。さっさと動いて。
動くって言ったって何をすればいいんだ？
電話レンジの設定を D メールを送るの。
D メール？
質問は禁止って言ったはずだけど。
そうは言うが、詳しく説明してくれないと D メールの送りようが。
勘違いしないで。送るのはあんたじゃないから。この私が送るの。
え？
ほら、分かったらさっさと動く。
Seemed like I had no choice but to follow her instructions. I jumped into the development room to set up the phone wave, name subject to change. Mayuri was there. She sat in the corner of the room holding her knees, a pair of headphones on her head. It looks like she's listening to music on a portable music player. She looks at me and cocks her head. I hold up my hand to tell her not to move and mouth the words, "Don't worry." Then I activate the X68000. I put the cell phone in my ear again and spoke.
一つだけ聞かせてくれ。どうしてタイムリープではなく D メールなんだ？
別の世界線での私はタイムリープマシンは欠陥品だって言ったんでしょ。私は私の言葉を信じる。それだけ。
I just made a successful time leap. I wanted to protest, but my words were wiped away by the sound of the doorknob rattling violently. It doesn't look like I have time to argue.
わかったよ。それで D メールの転送先と時刻は？
転送先は岡部の携帯。時刻は3時間前。タイマーを180秒にセットして。
なんで3時間前なんだ？
うるさいわね。いちいち質問が多いのよ。マユリを助けたくないの。
I click my tongue, then do as she says.
終わったぞ。転送先は俺の携帯。タイマーは180秒にセットした。
それじゃあ 今からきっかり3分後に電話レンジを起動して。頼んだわよ。
おい、ちょっと待てよ、どうして。
Before I could say 3 minutes, she'd hung up.
くそ。
3 minutes felt like an eternity as they passed by. They were punctuated by the continuous raucous noise of the doorknob being twisted and shoved. The sound of knocking didn't stop either. I'd almost lost my mind worrying when the door would finally break open. On the other hand, Mayuri was happily tapping her fingertips, humming, and otherwise enjoying her music. Then, the time finally arrived. I have no idea what Kurisu is scheming, but I thought that for now I need to trust her. I believe she can make something happen. The prayer in my heart, I activate the phone wave, name subject to change. A moment later, there comes the electrical discharge. Then, my phone rang.
ごめん、大至急 D メールの転送先を変えて。
What?
なんだと。放電現象はすでに始まってるぞ。
いいから早く転送先をマユリの携帯に。気づいたのよ。その方が敵にバレる危険性が少ないって。
Countless questions run through my brain, but I didn't have time to ask any of them. I'd never changed recipients while the electrical discharge was occurring. Will it work? I don't know, but I had no other choice. I had to try. I changed the recipient to Mayuri's cell phone, just as Kurisu instructed.
できたぞ。
サンクス、ギリギリ間に合ったわね。これで全て完了よ。間もなくリーディングシュタイナーが発動するはず。私が書いたメール、遅延送信されるように設定しておいたの。だからもうすぐ。あ、そうそう。最後に一つだけ教えてあげるわ。D メールの送信先の時刻を3時間前にした理由。今は18時18分でしょ。私はね、マユリを助けると同時に壊れた携帯も救いたかったの。じゃあ、あとはよろしく。
After she hung up, I realized I had failed to ask her one important thing. What did the D-mail say? But that question soon melted away into the distorting world in front of me. Boom. Shut my eyes tightly and waited for the usual nausea to fade away. When my sense of balance returned to me, I slowly opened my eyes. I could see someone standing in front of me. Kurisu.
どうしたの？顔色悪いみたいだけど。
She examines my face to see how I'm feeling. I catch a glimpse of something over her shoulder. Lockers. The lockers in front of Daibiru. As usual, it was clear that the reading Steiner had activated, but I had no idea what I was doing here. I redirect my attention to Kurisu and ask,
どうして俺はこんなところにいる？
は？
マユリはどうなった？
どうなったって。どうなったかわからないから、こうして張り込みを続けてるんでしょ。もっとも岡部が言った通り、このままここで待ち続けていても、イクスが現れる可能性は低いのかもしれないけど。
イクス？
I chained his snake. マユリをさらったかもしれない誘拐犯のこと。
The fucking name.
呼び方を決めたのはあんたじゃない。忘れたの？
待ってくれ。お前は一体何を言っている？
I believe we have come full circle, my guy.
そっちこそ何言ってんのよ。記憶喪失になったとでも言うつもり？
I inhaled deeply, opened my eyes wide open, and I violently tear at my hair and scream incomprehensibly.
何よ、突然。どうしたの？
俺のことについては後でたっぷりと教えてやる。だがその前に今のこの状況について確認する方が先だ。一体 何があった？
Kurisu, seemingly shocked by my aggressive outburst, slightly twitched before responding.
なんだかよくわからないけど、いいわ。教えてあげる。この数時間の間に何が起こったのか。
According to Kurisu, I received a ransomed email from Ix at 4:03 p.m. in this world line. After that, Kurisu headed to Yanabayashi Shrine and met up with Lukako. Lukako told her Mayuri hadn't stopped by. I, meanwhile, had taken position around here, keeping an eye on the coin lockers in front of Daibiru. But I saw no trace of Ix. Eventually, Kurisu met up with me. Then Shido showed up, crowbar in hand.
って何を言ってるんだお前は。それじゃ最初の世界線とまるっきり同じじゃないか。
最初の世界線？どういうこと？
Without giving it, God, it's like I'm playing fucking Chaos Child again. Like, I really do think that one was my favorite, but oh my god, the amount of like typos and shit was unreal. And this one, like, fuck, dude. Jesus Christ. Without answering her, I took out my cell phone and checked the inbox. Like I have to like proofread it in my head and then say it. Otherwise I feel like I'm having a stroke. Gosh. Just as Kurisu said, there's the ransomed email. For Sheena, you know what? In DB Locker. This can't be. Distraught, I look for any excuse to deny that this was reality. I switch back to my inbox. When my stomach drops, they're gone. A message saying keep Mayuri in to stop, and the stop summit use no fire one. They've disappeared. Disappeared? Why? Stunned, I put the cell phone back into my pocket. Then, something touched my fingertips. I take it out. It was Mayuri's cell phone. I opened it, but the screen won't turn on. I hold the power button, but get no response. The battery's dead. It's not like holding this thing in my hands will recharge it. I swap cell phones and called Daru. Just as I had with Kurisu, I interrogate Daru about what had happened in the last few hours. But his answers were largely the same as Kurisu's. At 4:03, I receive a ransom message from Ix. After finishing his take on things, he shakily asks me a question. Asks me a question.
どうするん？そろそろ警察に届けた方が。
I told Daru to stay put at the lab for now and hung up. Mayuri had been kidnapped. Mayuri has been kidnapped. Mayuri has been kidnapped.
なぜ？どうして？
My soulless voice sneaks out past my lips. My strength drifts away from my body and I collapse. That was the word.
ちょっと岡部、大丈夫？しっかりして。
Kurisu wraps her arms around my sides and tries to stand me up, but I cannot stiffen my legs or hips. Kneeling in place, I quietly look up at Kurisu's face. Our eyes meet. Behind her is the sunset sky, ready to melt away at any moment. Kurisu holds my head in her arms and whispers in my ear.
大丈夫。
Aww.
私が何とかしてあげる。だから、お願い。全部話して。
My face still buried in her chest, I slowly, quietly start to speak. By the time I'd finished my story, the red had faded from the sky. Beyond the painted darkness, I can see a few stars twinkling. I suddenly recall Mayuri's stardust handshake. I vaguely understand Mayuri's feelings when she reached toward the sky to try and grab the stars.
結論から言うわ。きっとあんたは元の世界線に戻ってきてしまったのよ。 最後のリーディングシュタイナーが発動した時にね。
Her words went way over my head.
元の世界線に戻った。
I could do nothing but parrot her words back to her.
とりあえず便宜的にあんたが最初に経験した世界線を第一世界線、次に経験した世界線を第二世界線、3番目に経験した世界線を第三世界線と呼ぶことにするわね。第一世界線はいくつからの脅迫メールが届いたこの世界線のこと。第二世界線はラボが火事になった世界線のこと。第三世界線はラボに血痕が残されていた世界線のこと。
I didn't like that
ここ
one.
まではいい？
I awkwardly nod my head.
まずあんたは第一世界線で真由里の外出断固阻止せよの D メールを送り、第二世界線へと移動した。次に第二世界線で評議会は中止、火を使うなの D メールを送って第三世界線へとスライド。そこで結婚を見てうろたえたあんたは同じく第三世界線上の過去である17時40分へとタイムリープ。ラボにいたあんたと真由里は黒マントの連中に包囲され、助けを求められた第三世界線の私は18時18分に D メールを送ったのよね。でその結果あんたは今こうして第一世界線へと戻ってきてしまったってわけ。理解した？
理解できるわけないだろ。おかしいじゃないか。
何が？
もしもここが第一世界線だとするなら、どうして俺はお前が存在してるんだ。いや、俺たちだけじゃない。世界中の全ての人々、全ての動植物、ありとあらゆる物質の一切合切がここに存在しているのは変だろう。
どうして？
俺は第一世界線でマイルの外出断固阻止せよの D メールを送ったからだ。その結果、世界の歴史は第二世界線へと再構築されたはずだから。
送ってないけど。
何
My brain.
だから送ってないのよ、そんな D メール。あんたが最初に経験した第一世界線では送ったのかもしれないけど、この第一世界線では送ってないの。
God. Ah!
日本語で言った。
I don't understand. Took out my cell phone and checked the outbox. Not the inbox, but the outbox, and it was gone. The history in which I send the Keep Mayuri In mail in world line number 1 has vanished. What wasn't there was the message I sent to Ix saying we need to talk. Wait. But that's fine, right? If the Keep Mayuri In message isn't there, that's evidence that this is not world line number 1. I immediately told Kurisu, and she, unexpectedly, admitted her mistake.
そうね。確かにさっきの言い方は適切じゃなかったかもしれないわ。それじゃあ言い直しましょう。あんたはあんたが最初に経験した第一世界線に限りなく近い世界線に移動してきた。これでいい？
なんだよ、その限りなく近い世界線って。
My brain!
ひとまずニア第一世界線とでも呼んでおきましょうか。第一世界線とニア第一世界線の違いはたった一つ。真由里の外出断固阻止せよの D メールを送ったかどうか、それだけよ。それ以外については完全に同じ。そう考えてもらっても構わないわ。もっともただの仮説だけどね。 私の立場ではこれが合ってるのかどうかを確かめることはできないのよ、原理的に。ただしこの世界に一人だけ正しいかどうかを見極めることができる人物がいるわ。それはもちろん岡部倫太郎、あなたよ。
Near world line number 1. I mean, the logic tracks. It's just a lot of it. It's a lot of logic. A world line infinitely close to the world line number 1 I've experienced. Given everything I've seen, it was hard to disagree with Kurisu. Which must mean that Mayuri...
なあ、教えてくれ。どうして俺はこのニア第一世界線に戻ってきてしまったんだろ
う。難しい問題ね。第三世界線で私が送ったとかいう D メール、それがトリガーになったことは間違いないと思うけど。
そうだ。あの時お前どんな内容の D メールを送ったんだ？
さあ、ニア第一世界線にいるこの私に聞かれても。
そういえばお前、電話レンジカッコ仮のタイマーをセットしてから起動させるまでに3分間も待たせたよな。あの時何をしていたんだ？
だから私に聞かれてもわからないって。
じゃあ直前になってから D メールの転送先を俺の携帯からマユリの携帯に変更した理由は？
Okabe, you're not getting it.
知らないわよ、そんなの。
だったら時間についてはどうだ？なぜ送信先の時刻を3時間前に指定した？
The reading Steiner activated at 6:18, so 3 hours before that would be 3:18. However...
ああ、それだったらなんとなくわからないこともないかも。
Kurisu spoke as she stuck her hands in her pocket.
多分第三世界線での私は壊れた携帯を元通りにしたかったのよ。 D メールの送信先として指定した時刻は15時18分。岡部の携帯に評議会は中止の D メールが届いたのは15時22分のことだったみたいだから、その4分前ってことになるわ。つまり評議会は中止の D メールが受信されるよりも前に私はその D メールを届けたかったってこと。そうすることによって
評議会は中止の D メールを消し去ろうと考えたわけか。そうすればお前がネットカフェに行くという歴史も消滅し、携帯は復活することになると。
そして実際評議会は中止の D メールはなくなり、私はこうして。
Risu took out her phone and waved it at me before continuing.
携帯を救うことに成功したってわけ。
I tilted my head skyward. It seemed like there were more stars out than there were earlier. But it makes no difference. They were all out of my reach. No matter how far I try to extend my grasp, I can never grab them. Frustration boils up from within me. Time mocks me as it passes by. The noise of the city leaks through the gaps between the buildings. The cheerful laughter of young people only further enrages me.
ねえ、一つだけ話しておきたいことがあるんだけど、いい？
Kurisu's sudden comment makes me furrow my brow.
第三世界線でマユリが言ったこと、嘘だから。
嘘？
宝くじが当たったってマユリそう言ったんでしょ？でもそれは嘘なのよ。本人はバレてないって思ってるみたいだけど、私と橋田は知ってるの。それから数時間前の岡部もね。
どういうことだ
？300万円。本当はマユリが大切にしていた宝物を質屋に入れて用立てたお金なの。
What?
でもそのことを正直に言うとみんなが遠慮しちゃうってきっとそう思ったのね。遠慮どころかそんな金は使えん。今すぐ質屋に返してこいって岡部だったら怒鳴ったと思う。
Mayuri, why are you so sweet? Damn it!
だからマユリは宝くじが当たった なんて嘘を。
Also the fucking music. God damn it, Mayuri.
その大切にしていた宝物っていうのはなんだ？
Why are you the perfect being?
懐中時計。懐中って名前がついてるみたいだけど。
No. Pockety is Mayuri's keepsake of her deceased grandmother. Her irreplaceable treasure. I understood that more than anybody.
クリスティーナ、その質屋はどこだ？
え？
質屋の場所と名前を聞いている。今から取り返しに行くんだ。
もう言ったわよ。
何？
もう言ったの。昨日ね、岡部一人で300万円を用意して。
It's coming together. It's all coming together.
それで俺は門根審判とかいう金融会社から金を借りたわけか。
門根？ああ、モンド審判のことね。
So that's how the kanji is read.
じゃあ海中は無事に取り戻すことができたんだな。
それが岡部どういうわけか手ぶらで帰ってきたのよね。
どうして？
それはこっちが聞きたいわ。なんでなの？ああ、ちなみに借金についてだけど、あれ返す必要ないから。利息制限法並びに出資法違反ってことで元本さえも返済する義務はないの。
Oh, wow.
知
Alright.
り合いの弁護士に頼んどいてあげるから、そのことについては気にしないで。
I knew that interest rate looked sketchy. Hold on. Total wealth in case of debt refers to the original amount of money borrowed before interest kicks in. A law in place to regulate the flow of money and money lenders behind said cash. Its formal name is the Act Regulating the Receipts of Contributions, Receipt of Deposits, and Interest Rates. According to this law, finance, I think there's supposed to be an I in there. I might be wrong on that one though. No financier can form a loan contract resulting in more than 20% interest per year. This percent was formally put in place on June 8th, 2010, and then refers to a law that puts an upper limit on the amount of interest on a loan. For the record, the interest limit on anything over 1 million yen is 15%. For example, with this upper limit, if somebody borrowed 3 million yen and didn't make any payments for an entire year, the total owed amount would be 3,450,000 yen. Yeah, what was the interest rate? It was like it was 0% and then increases by 10% every 10 days? That's fucked. I didn't care. I didn't care about that. It just felt like Mayuri's feelings caught in my chest. She's sold Pockety! No! Pawned. She pawned what was most... God damn it. She pawned what was most important to her. Probably more important than her own life. And for what? For the lab. For the bright future of the Future Gadget Laboratory. About a month ago, I must have picked up that flyer somewhere and confidently proclaimed, "We will enter the Akiba Invention Contest," simultaneously commencing the Future Gadget Magic Mod project. But due to lack of funding, we likely couldn't make the modifications we had hoped to. Mayuri watched from the sidelines as Daru and I found ourselves at our wits' end. I can see it clearly. That's why she lied about winning the lottery. Dude, my heart is fucking breaking right now. That is so Mayuri! Why is she the pinnacle of human kindness?
信じてたみたいよ。うん、今でも信じてるの。秋葉発明コンテストで大賞が取れるって。だって私に向かって言ってたもの。こんなことを。
オカリンやダル君が作ったガジェットは本当にすごいんだよ。本当にとっても優秀なの。そ それにクリスちゃんの手が加わったらもう最強だよね。絶対対象間違いなしだよ。
It just... like, it's just too much, you know? It's just too much. Alright. Oh, God. Why must you interrupt me, computer, by doing these things?
だから海中を七に入れても不安じゃなかったんだと思う。コンテストの対象賞金はちょうど300万。そのお金で必ず取り戻せるってそう信じてたんじゃないかな。
My eyes shut tight and teeth gritted. I clench my fists so tightly, my shoulders tremble. Mayuri believed in us, putting something she valued more than her life on the line for our future. But that Mayuri is not with us now. She may be alone somewhere, crying. If so, then there's only one option left to us. I opened my eyes and quietly spoke.
クリスティーナ、D メールを送るぞ。
そう言うと思った。でもだったら私に考えがあるの。任せてくれない？
ダメだ。第三世界線でお前に任せたからこんなことになったんだぞ。
True.
この世界線での私はそんなヘマはしないわ。
同じマキセ・クリスだろうが。
だけどきっと大丈夫よ。
どうだかな。
それに文面だってちゃんと教えるし。
なんて送るつもりだ。
前に第一世界線で D メールを送った時にはマユリをラボに引き止めようとしたのよね。そうしたら第二世界線のラボで火災が発生したと。だったら次はマユリを泳がせるしかないわ。
泳がせる？
尾行して誘拐犯を捕まえるのよ。そうすれば全て解決するはず。
She spoke, Kurisu took out her cell phone and started to type. Eventually, her fingers stopped. On the screen faced toward me, a message was written as follows.
考えたな。
To be caught.
眉毛の眉にカタカナのりで眉りか。
That's really cute. Hail Mayuri, perpetrator must be caught.
ひらがなだと文字数オーバーしちゃうでしょ。
I like how... So, I mean, that is cute. That's a cute little shortcut. But I like how she shortened caught to caught rather than the literal, the most obvious shortening of perpetrator to perp. That's a thing people do. People often shorten that word from perpetrator to perp. But okay. Like, of all the things you could shorten, you did not shorten the... What is that 11-letter word? Kurisu, come on now.
問題はそれが過去の俺にも通じるかどうかだが。
安心して。送信先は私の携帯にするから。
待て。ちゃんと理由があるんだろうな。
ここまで関わっといて次の世界線では蚊帳の外ってわけにはいかないでしょ。私も協力する。協力したいの。それにこの作戦は一人では危険だし。
送信先の時間は
Kurisu looked at her watch and spoke.
4時間前、240分前でどう？現在時刻は19時21分だから4時間前だとちょうどマヨリが確実にラボにいた時刻に遅れるわ。
Before I noticed it, I was dancing to Kurisu's beat. I had already muttered the words of approval.
いいだろう。
The die is cast. I called Daru and asked him to set up the phone wave, name subject to change, the way we discussed. Then a while later...
オカリン、 準備できたお。
よしタル、電話レンジカッコ仮を起動だ。
放電現象来たこれ。
God, I fucking love this track so much.
了解。
With that one-word response, Kurisu pressed send. The usual distortion of my vision doesn't stop. The world around me seems to wave as if engulfed by extreme heat. Like the haze that arises from the asphalt under a blazing sun. It won't go away. The refractive index of the world seems out of joint. Or rather... Well, shit. Waves of heat rain down on me from above. This isn't good. I timidly raised my head to see... the lab engulfed in flames. Caught a glimpse of the flames through the window. They looked stronger than last time. I thought my skin would burn just standing here. Wait, last time? Could I have returned once again? I'd been in this world line once before. Which would mean this is... world line number 2. That's absurd. Why? At this point, I wasn't concerned whether this was a so-called near world line or not. Either way, it is certain that this is a world line very similar to the world line number 2 that I had previously experienced. I don't know why. How did it come to this? The D-mail sent to Kurisu's cell phone said Tail Mayuri. How does that lead here? Damn it. But more pressingly... Having said that, though, it didn't seem like there was much I could do.
なあ、消防車まだ来ないのかよ。
駅の方で大きなビル火災があったんだって。そっちの方に駆り出されてるみたい。
このままじゃ隣に燃え移るのも時間の問題だな。
I hear the voices of the crowd, but when I look toward them, I see Mayuri in my periphery. Mayuri! Even in the middle of this disaster, as soon as I saw Mayuri, my heart started to dance. But I couldn't run up to her and call her name with joy, because Mayuri was crying. She was sitting on the edge of the sidewalk, her shoulders shivering. By her side was Kurisu, trying to comfort her. Kurisu had her arm wrapped around Mayuri's shoulders and was whispering something to her. My feet instinctually carried in their direction. I stand beside the two of them. Sensing my presence, Mayuri spoke as she slowly raised her face toward me. I don't know what to say to her. While searching for words, Mayuri continued. Apparently, I managed to rescue Mayuri out of the fire in this world line too. It's getting more and more certain that this is either world line number 2 or near world line number 2. Mayuri said repeatedly, tears trickling down her face. Without saying a word, I lay my hand on her head and gently stroke her ash-covered hair. Then came Daru. He spoke blankly as he stared at the blazing fire.
それにしてもあのスケブもったいなかったな。オカリン、気を落とすなお。なんで俺が？だってオカリンも大切にしてたじゃん、あのスケブ。高校の頃から2人で一緒にコミマとかコミティとかコミイチとかを回ってさ。それで少しずつ集めていったイラストがあの中にはたんまりと詰まってたわけで。
待て、2人で一緒に？ お前はそう言ったか。
何か問題でも？
その二人というのは誰と？
もちろんオカリンのことだお。
バカな。俺はそんなイベントに行った覚えなどないぞ。
一酸化炭素中毒？脳細胞がやられちゃったん？僕とオカリンの2人であのイラストを集めたのは間違いないよ。とにかくこれで借金の返済の当てはなくなっちゃったわけだけど。
待て、その2だ。
Wait, part 2.
どんな関係がある？
何それ？本気で言ってるん？
It was too much of a hassle to explain. I just told Daru he was right about the carbon monoxide poison to get the conversation moving.
病院行った方がよくね？
その話を聞いたらすぐにでも行く。だから教えてくれ。借金とスケッチブックの関係は？
単純なことだ。あのスケブをタブオークションに出品したらちょうど300万円の値がついたんだ。
This fucking number, dude.
落札したのは確か出版関係の仕事をしてる人で、名前は忘れたけど、とにかくその人が今夜8時にあのスケブを買い取りに来ることになってたんだ。現生を持ってね。だけどこの火事じゃもう。
I see. The debt's interest was 0% if it was paid within a month. So if we sold the sketchbook and received the 3 million yen, we could have paid the debt in full. But...
ナダル、ここは思い切って借金を踏み倒すというのはどうだろう。設定された利息は法律に反しているから返済の義務はないみたいなことを女子は言ってたぞ。
そんなのが通用する相手だと思うん？アットちゃんに書いてあったじゃん。
Daru took out his cell phone and turned the browser screen toward me. The page said the following.
ダル、お前見せるべき書き込みを間違えてないか？
Mondo Shimpan is...
モンド審判は良心的って書いてあるぞ。
is really fair. Shinpan can be trusted. It's better than any credit company. Seriously, nobody can refute this. Bad credit, no credit, no credit, no problem. News can't cover it, so it's real. They have such bargain prices. No force, no pressure here. Health insurance, sketchy as fuck. Health insurance, whatever you need money for, they've got you covered. It reminds me of my own mother. Will you give it a try? They crush all competition. You won't regret it. What? That's sketchy as fuck.
嘘は嘘であると見抜ける人でないと難しい。オカリン、本当に覚えてないん？このアットちゃんの書き込み、夕べも見せたっしょ。その時はスラスラと普通に読んでたじゃん。
I thought for a while.
いや、今もスラスラと普通に読んだが。
何それキモい。笑えないよオカリン。こんなの縦読みに決まってんだろジョコ。
Hold on, like read it down. Oh, maybe the words. Mondo Shinpan is seriously bad news. They force insurance money. It will crush you. Wow. Damn. Vertical.
縦に読むのか。
Now that he mentioned it, I finally realized what I was doing wrong. I look at Daru's phone screen once again, reading the first word of each line. Mondo Shinpan is seriously bad news. They force insurance money. It will crush you.
モンド審判ガチやばい。保険金かけて沈められる。
ちなみにこの書き込みを見つけてくれたのはマキセ氏ね。オカリンがモンド審判でお金を借りたことを知ってマキセ氏がググったんだ。
Ah, so it was Kurisu. Decrypting code like this would be a piece of cake for @Channeler Chris.
でこの書き込みをきっかけにして他にもモンド審判についていろいろと調べてみたんだ。そしたら出るわボロボロと怪しい噂だらけだったんだ。オカリンマジやばくね。このままだとオカリン本当に沈められちゃうかも。
Crush. No. I don't want to be crushed. I really don't want to be crushed. So what should I do? D-mail? Time leap? As I contemplated this, I looked up at the Ohiyama building. Yeah, fire's still going, by the way. It seems like the flames have gotten even stronger. I mean, this is bad. Really, really bad. I finally regained my cool. Sketchbook, the debt, the possibility of ending up at the bottom of Tokyo Bay with cement shoes, all are merely minor concerns compared to the harsh reality that our precious sanctuary, filled with so many fond memories, was being incinerated in front of my eyes. This obviously takes precedence. Furthermore, beyond those flames lies the phone wave, name subject to change, / time leap machine. That gadget, a product of mere coincidence. Once it turns to ash, we will never be able to recapture it. What should I do? Fucking Christ. What am I supposed to do? I growl as I kick the ground. I heard Daru's voice behind me, but I didn't have time to respond. I ran up the stairs toward the second floor, looking straight ahead. I opened the door and burst once more into the lab. This would be my third time. No matter how many times I enter this scorching hell, I don't get used to it. Furthermore, the more I repeat it, oh my god. The hotter and hotter the fire gets. Jesus Christ. The flames have spread wide and now lick the ceiling. I can't breathe. I can barely keep my eyes open. The extreme heat penetrated deep into my core, and I felt like my internal organs were being burned. But even then, I couldn't back down. I covered myself in a nearby lab coat, and with all the resolve I could muster, jumped through the raging flames. I cleared the roaring sea of fire in the development room, and into the development room I go. When I tumble in, the phone wave, name subject to change, is lying there on its side, undamaged. The X68000, the monitor, the keyboard, and headgear are all there. But in this extreme heat, it's possible that the sensitive internals have damaged. Not quite. I pressed the power button on the X68000 with a prayer on my lips. With the distinctive CRT startup sound, the monitor lit up. I had already decided what to do. Steins Gate is telling me to leap. Then leap I shall. I will leap to the past. Fire will eventually reach this place, destroying all these machines in the process. But even if the machinery could be saved, I cannot simply accept this lab burning down as a historical truth. It'd cause a lot of trouble for the neighbors, and the owner would probably beat me to death. True. Which is why I must, by any means necessary, prevent this fire from breaking out. And in order to do that, I must time it. I did not consider D-mail to be a valid option. I had already sent one in this world line number 2, after all. It allowed me to prevent the fire, but in its place... Anyway, there's no time. The fire is getting distressingly close. I type away at the keyboard, inputting the settings. The time leap destination is 3 hours ago, 180 minutes. Because we still haven't closed the book on Mayuri's kidnapping case. I chose that time in order to give myself enough time to investigate it. The preparations are all made. The 42-inch CRT downstairs should still be on. I already confirmed it on the way up here. The headgear's already on my head. Now all I need to do is activate the time leap machine. I took several deep breaths, then spoke.
よし行こう
Sound like knives in my ears. My head feels like someone stuck their claws in my brain and shook as hard as they could. Clench my teeth until it passes. Then, when the pain eventually subsided, I noticed Kurisu's face right next to mine.
どうしたの？大丈夫？
A cell phone in my right hand. Sun in the sky to the west. The hands on my watch point to 4:40.
タイムリープ成功か。
え？何？
あ、いや、なんでもない。
I'll have to tell her all about the time leaps eventually. But right now, I needed to get a grasp on my surroundings. I turned to Kurisu and asked,
俺たちは今何をしている？
は？
意味がわからないだろうが、今はひとまず何も聞かずに教えてくれ。わけは必ず後で話すから。頼む。
Kurisu narrows her eyes in suspicion. Then, realization dawning in her face, she looks directly at me.
いけない。こんなところで立ち止まってる場合じゃないわ。行きましょう。
行くってどこに？
決まってるじゃない。マユリの後を追うのよ。
Kurisu runs down the street. I look beyond her to see Mayuri's tiny back slowly moving into the distance. I see, that's one mystery solved. Apparently, Kurisu and I were following Mayuri. I rushed to keep stride with Kurisu.
D メールが届いたんだな。マユリ尾行せよ。犯人捕らえねば。誘拐阻止困難の D メールが。
そうだけど、どうして今さらそんなこと聞くの？
We keep moving as we talk, looking straight forward, trying not to lose sight of Mayuri.
D メールが届いたのは何時何分だ
？15時24分。ちょうど橋田と買い出しをしているところだったわ。
ダルはどうした？
だから置いてきたって。残りの買い出しを任せて、私は一足先にラボに戻ったの。ねえ、そんなことよりもこのやりとりは何？からかってるの？
わけは必ず後で話す。そう言っただろう。で、その後は俺にメールを見せたのか？
マユリにもね。
なんだって？
I couldn't help but stop, but Kurisu kept going. I immediately ran after her and asked,
どうしてマユリに教えた？それでは尾行の意味がないだろうが。
教えるべきだって言ったのはあんたでしょ？
俺が？
マユリの気配を消していなくなる能力は異常。普通に尾行しても見失ってしまう可能性がある。よってマユリにも伝えておくべきだ。そもそも誘拐の危機が迫っているというのに、本人にそれを教えなければ警戒のしようがないだろう。そう言ったじゃない。
Naturally, I had no recollection of ever saying this, but it certainly sounded like something I would say.
じゃあ、マユリは俺たちが尾行していることを知ってるんだな。
あれが知らない人間の挙動だと思う？
Mayuri stops walking with an exaggerated stretch, turning around to look at us. After confirming that we were still there, she placed her hand to her side, sneakily waved at us, and turned back to start walking again. Sheesh.
一応普段通りに行動してとは言ってあるんだけど。
まあある意味普段通りではあるが。
さあ、そろそろ教えてもらえる？一体この記憶喪失ごっこは何？
How many times have I explained the same thing? If I included all the other world lines, it would be impossible to count. But I have the hang of it now that I've done it so many times. I know just how to make Kurisu understand as quickly as possible. That said, as quickly as possible still takes quite a while if I start from the beginning. the time I'd explained everything, the world around me was dyed a deep crimson. Man, Mayuri's taking us for a ride. Whee! Going all over. God damn.
それにしても犯人のやつ一向に姿を見せないな。
かれこれ1時間以上も尾行を続けてるけど、接触してきたのはティッシュ配りのお兄さんだけね。
メイド喫茶のスカウトにも声をかけられないとは情けないもんだ。
Kurisu had apparently asked Mayuri to wander around Akiba without any particular destination in mind. Mayuri did as she was told, wandering all over town. Kurisu and I maintained our distance, but continued to follow after her.
ねえ、念のため確認しておくけど、イクスイコール黒マントの連中と考えてもいいのよね。
Kurisu asks as we move.
ああ、第三世界線でラボにやってきたのは連中だからな。
I continued.
ただし、今どこかでマイリを連れ去る機会を伺っているのだとしたら、あんな身なりはしていないと思うが、いくらなんでもあの格好では目立ちすぎる。
そもそもこんな人の多い場所でマユリを拉致しようとなんてするかしら。
The very moment Kurisu expressed her doubts, a dark shadow crossed the road in the distance. And by the time we realized it, Mayuri had disappeared. Huh? I was dumbfounded.
行くわよ、岡部。
Kurisu's sharp voice strikes my eardrums.
くそ。
I break out running, my feet pounding the asphalt. We turned into an alley to see a black shadow running along, pulling Mayuri's hand. A black hood. You got some nerve, you son of a bitch. You think you can... You think... God fucking damn it. You think you can Mayuri away in public while it's still light out, all the while wearing such a conspicuous outfit? I sped up and ran as fast as I could toward the black hood. Little by little, I closed the distance. I've already passed Kurisu, and now she's behind me. She yells. But that's hardly enough to stop the black hood. He won't even turn around. He continues to run toward the distance, pulling Mayuri along. And suddenly, both of them disappear. They'd reached the end of the road and turned right at the corner. I take the same turn. Onto Chuodori. The sidewalk is packed with people. When I look down the street, I can see the black hood and Mayuri weaving through the crowd. I maneuver through the crowd and follow. I bump shoulders with some people, but I didn't care. At this rate, Mayuri will be taken away. The plan will fail. The worst will happen. I chased after the black hood with all my might, pushing those unsettling thoughts aside. Then the black hood suddenly changed course, running across Chuodori to the other side of the street. There were no crosswalks or traffic signals, so he took Mayuri and darted through the passing cars. I immediately followed suit. Fortunately, there was a break in the traffic. I ran across to the opposite sidewalk, but as I stepped onto the guardrail, I heard a roar behind me, the snarling of a car's engines. I can't help but turn around, where I saw Kurisu in the middle of Chuodori. She's running this way, but a car is coming at her from the side. A white van, violently accelerating straight towards Kurisu. When I came to, I was on top of Kurisu's body.
ああ、すまん。
なんで謝る のよ。助けてくれたんでしょ。
I guess I did. Right before the car was about to crash into Kurisu, I managed to tackle her and prevent the accident. But because my body had moved unconsciously, it didn't feel like I did anything to save her.
バカ。一歩間違えば、あんたまで惹かれるところだったんだからね。ありがとう。
With tears in her eyes, Kurisu murmured,
本当にありがとう。
She repeated her words of gratitude, trembling with fear. Kurisu bites down on her lip and wipes her tears from the corners of her eyes. I look away uncomfortably and pulled myself to my feet to escape from the emotional situation. That's my defense mechanism. Avoid eye contact. Reject emotions. I quickly scanned for the Black Hood, but he's nowhere to be seen. This is bad. Really bad. We'll try heading in the direction that the Black Hood was going. Right as I started to move, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Something I couldn't overlook. Jesus. That white van from earlier had smashed into a shop along the road. Perhaps the driver swerved to avoid us, losing control of the vehicle and crashing into the side of a building. We need to chase the Black Hood ASAP. I know that, 100%. But I can't just ignore a situation where someone could have been hurt. I shouted with frustration and ran toward the scene with Kurisu. Pizza rat! Fucking pizza rat! There it is. Kurisu calls into the building. A voice, likely that of an employee, responds.
店の方は大丈夫です。みんな厨房の中にいたんで、それよりも車の方は。
That's right, the car. Is the driver safe? Are there any passengers? When I tried to peek inside the car, a man came crawling out of the broken glass. I recognized his eccentric fashion. If it's fucking Shido, swear to God. This fucking son of a bitch! Shido! This man, who seems to be invoked to shine by Gaia herself, is...
呼んどせ
Fucking 40.
シードだつか、なんで知ってんだよお前
Oh my god.
運転していたのはあなた？
見りゃわかんだろ
Honestly, it was hard to believe that he'd even be allowed to drive. I'm good. I also made that. Yeah, I feel the same. That is surprising.
いねえよ
乗っていたのはあなた一人だけなのね。
だからそうだって言ってんだろうが
What a relief. No one was hurt. Given the clarity and vigor with which Shido is speaking, he must be okay. When I look over Shido's shoulder at the car, I can see that the airbag had deployed on the driver's side.
シド、お前のことは気に入らないが、一応念のため確認しておこう。無事か？
てめえ、喧嘩売ってんのか
300万で売ってるのは
What?
上等じゃねえかこの野郎
He roared in anger and swung his right hand into the air. In it, he held something like a crowbar. Something like a crowbar. In fact, it was a crowbar. Crowbar. Get hit. Die. After this succession of thoughts bolts through my mind, I strike the wait, no need to be rash pose. This sounds familiar. Then I speak.
待て、早まるな。
Shido wasn't rash. He didn't even have the time to be rash. Before he could get rash, someone blew in like a hurricane.
確保！
やべ
Shido was tackled to the ground. Oh my god. Shido was tackled to the ground, face up. On top of him was a police officer in uniform. Huh?
やめろ、離せって言ってんだろうが、こら。
Shido persisted still. Despite the cop holding him down, he still squirms around like a little cockroach. Before I knew it, 2, 3, 4, 5 officers were holding him down. Under their combined strength, Shido's movement had been completely contained.
覚えてろよ、ただじゃおかねえからな。
Several officers pick up Shido and begin carrying him away. They then shoved him into the cop car that was parked just outside. Well, that happened. Kurusu and I just looked at each other. Fortunately, an officer approached us and snapped us out of our befuddlement.
お手柄でしたね。
It was the officer who first tackled Shido.
さっきの人、どうしてパトカーに？
あいつは有名なコインロッカー嵐でしてね。窃盗の常習犯なんですよ。
What a surprise! Not. It seems like something he would do.
大ビル前のコインロッカーご存知ですか？つい先ほども奴はあそこで犯行に及んでいたのです。それをパトロールしていた我々が発見しまして、いわゆる現行犯というやつですな。そこで当然のごとく逮捕しようとしたわけですが、奴は近くに止めてあった車に乗り込み逃亡を図ったんですよ。
だからあんなにスピードを。
ええ、そしてその結果があれというわけです。
Said the policeman as he pointed to the white van behind him with his thumb. Then I suddenly realized that the officer was holding something in his hand. Something wrapped in a white handkerchief. I casually asked about it. The officer was more than happy to sate my curiosity.
ああ、これですか。これは先ほど奴がコインロッカーの中から盗み取ったものです。バールでロッカーの扉をこじ開けてね。
見せてもらえますか？
ええ、いいですよ。
And with that, the officer opened his palm, took a look at the item on the white handkerchief in his hand.
懐中時計？
Is pockety!
違う。これはただの懐中時計じゃない。懐中だ。
It's in a locker. Yes, there was no question about it. This was pockety. Mayuri's treasure. There's no way I could mistake it.
おや、ご存知なんですか？ええ、知り合いのものです。あ、そいつは弱ったな。逮捕にご協力いただいたということでお返ししたいのは山々なのですが、一応これも証拠品なのでね、署で保管しなければならんのですよ。ご理解いただけますかね？
ところでこれ壊れてますよね。ガラスのところがひび割れちゃってるし。
もともとこういう状態だったということは？ありません。マユリはこれを何よりも大切にしてたんだ。いつだってピカピカに磨いて。そうですか。では先ほどの事故の衝撃によるものでしょ
う。Burning heat boils up from the core of my body. My head began to swim and my indignation began to white out my vision. I raised my head and looked for the police car that Shido was thrown into, but the car had already driven off. Cursing in annoyance, I kicked the nearby white van.
ちょっと岡部、落ち着いて。
Kurisu grabs my shoulder to calm me. Didn't stop my anger. He just destroyed Mayuri's most important treasure. The pocket watch that she selflessly pawned for the future of our laboratory. I am equally angry. Just on the inside. Huh? Wait. Why was that pocket watch inside a coin locker? That's what I'm saying.
とにかく、あのシドとかいうやつのことはもうどうしようもないわ。それよりも今は。
分かってる。探そう。クロマントとマユリを。
I responded before taking one more look at the crashed van. It had crashed into a delivery pizza place. The cracked plastic sign said Pizza Rat in large letters. That black hood took Mayuri toward the station. We ran to the front of the station to try and look for them, but...
いないわね。
No surprise there. We lost sight of them 10 minutes ago.
別れて探しましょう。
悪いな。
なんで謝るの？
I blankly followed the movement of the crowd with my eyes, then spoke.
お前を巻き込んでしまったからだ、クリスティーナ。
Then Kurisu placed her hands on her hips.
巻き込んだんじゃないわ。自分から巻き込まれに行ったのよ。さっきのあんたの話によると、第一世界線の私は自ら進んで協力を申し出たそうじゃない。だから私は自分の携帯から自分宛てにマユリを尾行せよという内容の D メールを送ったでしょ。自分一人で全てを動かしてるだなんて思わないで。それはうぬぼれってもんよ。世界のありとあらゆる事象は複合的に絡み合った因果によって構成されている。
日本語で頼む。
日本語で言った。
Risu sighs and continues her thought.
とにかく私はマユリのためなら協力を惜しまない。なぜなら私はラボメンのうちの一人だし、それにあんたのサイドキックだから。
サイドキック？
ググラカス。
What? Google it, scum! A strong way of telling a poster to look something up themselves instead of asking on a message board. The implication is that if one were to simply run a quick search, they'd find the answer they were looking for immediately. Google it, scum. That is... I'm gonna use that. I think I'm gonna be saying that a lot. Google it, scum. It's the scum part that really ties it together.
それじゃあ、マユリを見つけたら連絡するから、そっちも頼むわよ。
Said Kurisu as she disappeared into the crowd of people. Sidekick. I mutter the odd English word in my head once again, then pull out my cell phone. When I Googled it, there were a large number of hits for web dictionaries, so I opened one of them. He actually Googled it. There, the word was defined as follows. Sidekick. Friend, comrade, partner, assistant. I felt something connect. Or at least, I thought I did. Then, I started to search for Mayuri and the Black Hood. I scoured the city of Akiba through and through. Google it, scum. But in the end, I couldn't find them. That's when I found myself in front of UPX. Of course, I tried calling Mayuri's cell phone again and again, but the only thing I heard was a mechanical voice saying, "The number you have dialed is unavailable." I'm racked with guilt. The plan failed. It backfired. Even if Kurisu came up with the idea in World Line number 1, I still couldn't cope. In retrospect, letting Mayuri loose and waiting for the perpetrator to show up was a reckless idea. It's not Kurisu's fault. I am to blame. It's all my fault. I held my head and fell to my knees. When?
今日な、話は全部聞かせてもらったにゃ。
A voice reaches me. When I look up, Ferris is holding her hand out toward me. I don't know what this means. Confused, I take Ferris's hand and stand back up.
さっきそこでクーニャンに会ったにゃ。
クーニャン。誰だそれは。
You know who Kunyan is.
マキセクーニャンだにゃ。
Kunyan.
日本語で頼む。
じゃあクリスティーニャ。
Christina.
なあ、助手か。っていうかお前、あいつのこと知ってるのか。
当然にゃ。クーニャンはメイクインニャンニャンの常連にゃ。最初はマユシーが連れてきたんだけどにゃ。
Oof, what a world line.
それでクーニャンから何もかも全部聞いたにゃ。
全部とは。
Ferris ignored my question and just kept going.
キョウマ、これは機関による陰謀にゃ。下級かつ速やかに時空郵便を送らないと大変なことになるにゃ。
Space-time mail.
時空郵便ってなんだ。
時空郵便は時空郵便にゃ。
I'm going to go out on a limb and assume she's referring to D-mail here.
というわけですでにダルニャンに連絡して電話レンジの設定を頼んであるにゃ。時空郵便の文面もフェイリスの携帯に入力済みにゃ。あとはキョウマがダルニャンに電話をかけてゴーサインを送るのみにゃ。
待て待て待て。お前は一体何を言っている。
いいからフェイリスの言った通りにするにゃ。
Ferris strikes a kitty punch stance and hisses at me. Fucking Ferris, dude. It wasn't frightening, but I faltered for a different reason.
時空郵便は15時23分以降に届くようにしてほしいってダルニャンにお願いしてあるにゃ。これはその前にキョウマの携帯に届いてるはずの2通の時空郵便を生かすためにゃ。
マユリの外出断固阻止せよと評議会が中止、火を使うなの D メール。時空郵便のことか。
そうにゃ。その時刻よりも前に郵便が届いちゃうとその2通が消えちゃう可能性があるからにゃ。特に火を使うなの方はラボの火災を阻止するために絶対に生かしておきたい郵便なのにゃ。
It's hard to believe, but Ferris seemed to know exactly what was going on.
次に宛先の件についてにゃ。今度はマユシーに送るべきだと思うにゃ。
マユリに。どうして。
マユシーに危機感を持ってもらうためにゃ。この世界線ではキョウマとクーニャンが頑張ったけどうまくいかなかったにゃ。だから次回はマユシーにも問題を共有してもらうことによって自分の身は自分で守ってもらうことにするのにゃ。
We already tried that in this world line. It didn't work. But fine, I'll hear her out for now.
最後に時空郵便の内容についてにゃ。やっぱりマユシーは絶対にラボの外に出しちゃいけなかったんだと思うにゃ。だからラボで待機するようにって内容の郵便を送ることにするのにゃ。
ダメだ。そんなことをしても意味がない。結局ラボにとどまったままでも黒マントの連中がやってくるからだ。
そんなの分かってるにゃ。分かってるけどそれって願ったり叶ったりなんじゃないのかにゃ。だってキョウマとクーニャンは今血眼になって黒マントの連中を探してるわけにゃ。それが向こうからのこのことやってくるんだったらこんなに美味しいことはないにゃ。
だが
戦うのにゃ。キョウマ怯えていてはダメにゃ。閉じこもったり後を追いかけ回したりしてるだけじゃ決してマユシーを助けることはできないのにゃ。それにどっちにしろこの世界線でも黒マントの連中と戦うつもりだったんじゃないのかにゃ。だからあえて尾行なんて危険な真似を。
That's true. Ferris is exactly right. I felt like the world was opening up before my eyes. That's right. I should fight. No, I have no choice but to fight. If we return to Mayuri getting kidnapped or the lab getting burned down no matter what I do, then I have to fight the Black Hoods. As I thought through this, I became more and more energized. I let out a noble laugh.
その通りだフェイリスよ。さすがはチェシャーブレイクの使い手。今のはあくまでもお前を試したまで。決してうじうじと悩んだり落ち込んだりしていたわけではないぞ。よかろう。やらいでかという言葉の意味はよくわからんが、とにかく戦ってやろうではないか。ついにこの右腕の封印を解く時が。
In the middle of my wonderful speech.
もしもし、ダルニャン。
Oh, hurtful. I realized Ferris had, out of nowhere, pulled my phone out of my pocket and started making calls. I was wondering why the date in the corner disappears, because he took your phone.
おい、フェイリス。
いいから黙ってるにゃん。
フェイリスさん、こっちは準備できたお。
Daru's giddy voice was so shrill I could hear it from the phone in Ferris's hand.
じゃあ早速だけど、電話レンジ起動にゃん。
オッケー。約束のオムライスの件、よろしく頼むよ。
分かってるにゃん。100皿作ってあげるにゃん。
俺が泣いたお。って言ってる間に放電現象した。
The like slightly like muffled voice just screaming. Oh Daru, you're the best. Everybody's the best. I was anything but prepared for this. Once she heard those words, Ferris looked at me and said,
それじゃあ行くにゃ、キューマ。
Ferris places her thumb on the send button of her own phone. Right as she pressed it, I caught a glimpse of the words written on her screen. They said the following. No going out. Lab is safe. Fight Black Hoods.
せーの、ポチッとにゃ。
My vision trembles, as does my brain. In spite of the usual dizziness, it was easy enough for me to tell where I was. The Future Gadget Laboratory. The lab's development room, in fact. And in the corner of the room sat Mayuri. She's holding her knees, with headphones in her ears. She seems to be listening to music on some sort of portable music player. Mayuri's here. Beneath my relief, an idea began to surface. Mayuri is listening to music. But that would mean that this is World 9 number 3. Though I could discern that from the contents of the mail that triggered the reading Steiner this time. No going out. Lab is safe. Fight Black Hoods. So, as soon as my dizziness faded, I took action. First, I run into the common room and check out the window. There was a black SUV, but no Black Hoods. Of course, so they're standing right outside the door. I swallow and head toward the door. Just to make sure, I look through the peephole. There they are, as I predicted. Fisheye lens gives everything a surreal, distorted effect, making their already strange appearance look even more bizarre and terrifying. I unconsciously step away, and place my hand on my chest and compose myself.
戦うのにゃ、キューマ。怯えていてはダメにゃ。
Ferris's voice suddenly echoed in my ears. That's right, I have to fight. What are you afraid of, Hoin Kyoma? I already know that eventually they'll kick down this door and force their way in. So this time, I shall make the first move.
Yes.
Steal my resolve and unlock the door. And I slowly twist the doorknob. From there, I kick the door into them. I looked down at my feet. 2 men in black hoods were crouched down, holding their noses and stomach. Odd. In my mental simulation, this single blow had a domino effect, sending all 5 of the black hoods tumbling shamefully down the steps. But I only managed to knock down 2 of them. The other 3 are uninjured. Oh god, they're terrifying. Shit. A bead of cold sweat drips down my face. And for some reason, silence hangs over us. I couldn't tell through their masks, but it seemed like the 3 of them were struck dumb by my surprise attack. Quick save, bitch! Which means it's time for a follow-up attack. Or so I thought. Before I could take action, the black hood on the far left let out a subwoofer level roar. Subwoofer? A speaker dedicated to the reproduction of low-pitched audio frequencies when a normal speaker just doesn't cut it. Sure. How very eloquent. Huh? Is that a Kansai dialect? Hiroshima, maybe? I'm not sure, but that loud, weird voice was enough to send shivers down my spine. I guess these guys really are part of some creepy organization. Henceforth, the black hood that screamed will be referred to as number 1, the one standing to his right, number 2, and to the right of him, number 3. And the black hoods that were knocked down will be number 4 and 5. Oh shit! Let's go! Fucking... I don't... Incredible. While I was momentarily shocked, I couldn't let the likes of this noisemaker take me down without a fight. If I were a frill-necked lizard, I would expand my collar and intimidate them. Unfortunately, I am not a frill-necked lizard, and my collar does not expand. This dialogue, dude, it's incredible. Like, this is the sort of shit that genuinely, to me, makes up for all the typos. Like, I see all the typos and I'm like, oh, Christ. But then this shit, this hilarious fucking... Unfortunately, I am not a frill-necked lizard, and my collar does not expand. I'm dead. This game has killed me. I'm out. I can't. I'm dead. I'm dead. Okay, but I guess I'll keep playing. What? Oh, it's incredible. I literally dropped my controller. Oh my god. Mantis refers to the praying mantis. Hence, this refers to the praying mantis stance. There are multiple other types of stances as well. I assume that's referring to, this shit. To make up for this deficiency, I displayed my Form 16 Mantis stance. I fucking love this series, dude. I love it so much. Then I roared.
What?
That one was the most genuine. Huh? Like,
What?
Yes. 聞いてる。聞いてねえよ。
every time, it's like, no, this is peak. He then peaks harder. What the fuck? In response, I switched to Form 17, Flying Crane Stance. A graceful, towering stance with widespread wings, resembling the red-crowned crane found in Kushiro Nature Park. I'm like, I'm drained. I'm I am literally I have like lost all feeling in my limbs.
Huh?
I'm dead. Face.
てめえなめてんだろ
With that, number one reached inside his cloak, pulled something out. It was a single longsword.
おいそいつは反則だろ
He swings at me with a roar. I swiftly dodge his strike by leaping back. Then I try to strike the wait, no need to be rash pose, but it didn't seem to work on him. He pressures his way inside and into the center of the room. Then number 2 and number 3 follow behind him.
シーナはどこだ
Number 1 asks with a deep voice. I respond.
シーナ誰のことだ
とぼけるなシーナマユリのことだ
知らんな誰だマユリって
とぼけるなと言っている
It was at that moment. Number 2's line of sight was pointed in the direction of the development room. No. As though he sensed my worry, number 1 narrowed his eyes behind his mask and spoke.
そこだな
Number 1 takes a step forward. What do I do? What can I do? At this rate, Mayuri will be taken away.
戦うのにゃ今日は怯えていてはダメにゃ
I smudged my glasses when I cackled. Oh my god. That was incredible. That was incredible. Ferris's voice reemerges in my ear. But how do I fight? How do I approach this? My opponent is carrying a longsword. There's no way I can win against a sword unless I have one myself. And I'm in the lab. Where am I supposed to find a sword? Number 1 has already moved right in front of the development room. He's but a moment away from passing through the curtain. I have no time. There's no time to think. I instinctively rush toward the cardboard box and draw out a sword stashed inside. I take a stance and shout.
この俺に剣を持たせてしまうとはうかつだったな1号よ
あん1号って誰だよ
精神山マリュ憲法の極意しかとその目に焼き付けるがいい行くぞつー
My attempt was so pathetic I was at a loss for words. I charged and swung at number 1 with my sword, but he and his longsword easily knocked my blade away, shattering it to pieces. Which I suppose was to be expected. After all, in my hands was future gadget number 6, Sialoom Saber. I couldn't believe that I thought I stood a chance with this thing, even for a moment. Call it temporary insanity. I was running mainly on instinct when I grabbed the gadget. It's all over. Our annihilation ensured. I have no means of retaliation. My entire body is soaked with an unpleasant amount of sweat. On the other hand, number 1 was staring at the red liquid that was spilled all over his hands.
おいなんだよこれもしかして俺どっか怪我してる
いや見た感じ大丈夫みたいだけど
血のりってああなんだよこれよく見たらマントにもぺったりとついちゃってんじゃんかよ
あとロングソードにもね
ありえねえこれ武器屋本舗で9万8000円もしたのに
Dead ass! Dead ass cost me. Wow. At Blade Works? That means, just like the sword I bestowed upon Lukako, the demon sword Samidare, the long sword is artificial. Looking at it closely, the sharp edges of the blade were rounded off slightly. There was another thing I realized. The attack with the Syalume saber wasn't meaningless. It is clear from the way these guys are freaking out that they really don't like their hoods getting dirty. My intuition told me as much. This is my chance to strike back. I again ran toward the cardboard box and grabbed a bundle of Syalume sabers. On the end of each saber is a cap. I took off the caps and started to throw them one by one. Jesus, guy. Get splattered, dingus. Needless to say, I didn't stop. I didn't let up in my retaliation and continued to relentlessly carpet bomb them.
ダメだこのままじゃ全身血まみれにされちまう
あさってのコミマに着ていけなくなっちゃうよ
Kamima? I thought I heard something like that, but I continued unabated. I continued to throw the uncapped Syalume sabers, one after another.
よしここはひとまず撤退だ
了解でも
いいからグズグズするな行くぞ
Three of them tripped over each other as they ran outside, but I still hadn't yet discerned their identities. I chased after them, refusing to let them get away with this. I run down the stairs and come out in front of the CRT workshop. The black SUV had already driven off. I can see the car get further in the distance. Neither number 4 or number 5 were at the entrance, so they must have started the engine and waited. Damn. I wanted to chase after them, but there's no way I'd be able to catch up to a car. With nowhere to vent my anger, I could only stand there fuming. Then... Someone spoke behind me. I turned around to see... Black Hood! I looked at the Black Hood with fury as I roared.
ちょっと待ってください
Wait, don't be rash!
うるさい問題部や
I aimed at his torso and charged. We tumble onto the ground in a tangle of limbs. By the time we stopped, I was on top of him. Jesus Christ. I immediately take the mounting position and raise my right arm.
さあ観念しろコマンド
観念してます普通に観念してますって
いやお前はまだ観念していない。もし仮に観念していたとしても残念ながら手遅れだ。俺のこの右腕の封印はもう解かれてしまったのだから、もはやこいつの暴走を止めることはこの俺自身にさえできん。
This might be the most terrifying thing to face in a fistfight, is this and hearing that.
誰か
では行くぞ。震えよ我が右腕。契約に基づき命じる。漆黒の極限をまといて。
And suddenly... A voice rained down from above my head. I look up. Mayuri was leaning out of the window and shouting at me.
お願いオカリやめてその人はマユシーのお友達なの多分
多分
I roughly tear off the man's mask. Underneath was...
お前は
やっぱりそうだその人中瀬真一さんっていうの吹雪ちゃんのお兄ちゃんなんだよ
Fubuki's older brother, Nakase Shinichi, is a cosplayer who works at a pawn shop. Through her connection with Fubuki and their mutual interest in cosplay, Mayuri and Shinichi had been close friends for a while. About a month ago, Mayuri came to visit Shinichi. Her purpose: to raise money. In order to fund for the future gadget magic mod project, Mayuri asked Shinichi for 3 million yen. Needless to say, pawn shops don't lend out money for free. So as a pawn, Mayuri offered up pocketing. But despite the retro appeal of the pocket watch, there was no way it would be valued at 3 million yen. So Shinichi decided to lie. This is indeed a beautiful watch. It's definitely worth 3 million. But because it's valued so highly, I'm afraid you'll need to wait a little. That's really sweet, honestly. Probably very illegal, but sweet, nonetheless. Then Shinichi ran to the bank, withdrew 3 million yen from his account, and handed it to Mayuri. Oh, okay, never mind. Not illegal, just very sweet. Alright, goddamn. In other words, he paid for it with his own money. By the way, Mayuri doesn't know this yet. She still thinks she borrowed the 3 million from the pawn shop. Mayuri wasn't around when Shinichi told me this. He told her that we need to have a man-to-man conversation, emphasis on the man, and sent her home. But back to the issue. A month passed, leading us to yesterday, August 12th. Mayuri didn't get the 3 million yen from a lottery, but by pawning pocketing. After obtaining this information from Daru, I visited Shinichi's pawn shop with the 3 million yen I had borrowed from Mondo Shinpan, apparently. I handed the money to Shinichi and asked him to return the pocket watch. But the pocket watch was not at the pawn shop. Shinichi was holding onto it himself. Shinichi, afraid of being caught in his lie, accepted the money and told me, "I'll return Shina's pocket watch personally, so please stand down on this matter." I obviously wasn't going to back down after being asked. It seems we argued for 2 to 3 hours after that, but prompted by a certain statement, I eventually returned home empty-handed. Then came today, August 13th. Shinichi was supposed to meet with Mayuri to return the pocket watch. Their meeting time was 4:30, and he waited for Mayuri, but she never showed up. Which isn't a surprise. My past self had kept Mayuri in the lab after reading those 2 D-mails. He couldn't reach her by phone or email. Her phone was dead, so there was no way to contact her. Normally one would think, I'll just return it tomorrow or the day after, but not Shinichi. Not after I hammered that pocket watch is very important to Mayuri into his head over and over the day before. Shinichi wanted to return the pocket watch today, no matter what. That's why he visited the lab. Mayuri had told him before that she was closely involved with the place after all.
なるほど。話は分かった。
And then he had his entire day ruined by one Hoin Kyoma.
つまりお前はあの懐中時計をマユリに返すためにこのラボへとやってきたというわけだな。
いえ、正確に言うと返すという目的のためにやってきたのです。
どう違う？
ちょっと違います。
まあいい。ところで連中は何者だ？あの黒マントを着ていた奴ら。お前も含めてだが、どうしてあんな身なりをしていた？
あいつらは僕のコスプレ仲間なんです。妹の吹雪とは違うサークルですけどね。で、あのコスはあさってのコミマ向けにシーナが僕らのために作ってくれたもので。
I thought as much, which means I've done wrong by Mayuri. I slightly start to regret throwing all that fake blood all over the costumes.
だが、街の中でまであんな格好する必要はないだろう。それともあれがお前たちの私服か？
もちろん違いますよ。
じゃあどうして？
僕らはここに来る前にシーナを探してたんです。僕がみんなに声をかけてシーナを見つけてほしいって頼んで、それでみんなで手分けして秋葉の街を捜索することにしたんですけど、そうは言っても秋葉も広いですし簡単には見つかるわけないですよね。だったら 向こうから見つけてもらえばいいじゃないかってそういうことになって。
だからあんな目立つ格好を。
目立つっていうのもありますけど、あのコスはシーナが作ったものだからすぐ目に留まると思ったんです。でも結局は見つからずこのラボへ。
あの車は
ロングソードを持ってたやついたでしょ。あいつの車です。あいつ頭に血が上ると手がつけられなくなるタイプで、ご存知だと思いますけど。
Above our heads, countless stars were already twinkling. For some reason, the sky looked prettier here than in any other world lines.
さて、それでは例のものを返してもらうとしようか。
例のもの？
決まってるだろう。懐中時計だよ。
それがここにはないんです。
なぜ？
今夜どうしても知人のお通夜に出席しなくちゃいけなくて。
それは心からお悔やみ申し上げるが、それとこれとどういう関係がある？
もう今日はシーナには会えないと思ってたんです。約束の場所には来ないし連絡も取れなかったから。でもどうしても今日中に懐中時計を返したくて、だからロッカーに入れました。大ビル前のコインロッカーに。
なんだと？どうしてそんなことを？
だから言ったじゃないですか。今日はもう会えないと思ったからですよ。会えないけど絶対に返したかったんです、今日中に。そんな時どうすればいいと思います？
は？
これです。
Shinichi removed his cell phone from his pocket.
もしもギリギリまで探してどうしてもシーナが見つからなかったらこのメールを送るつもりでした。もちろんまだ未送信ですけど、下書きの状態のものがこれです。
I peeked into the phone screen that was faced toward me. It was written as follows. For Sheena, you know what in DB locker number 005. The key is taped to the bottom of the locker. Familiar sentence. There was no way I could forget. This is...
なあ、一つ聞かせてくれ。お前の携帯メールのアカウント名は何だ？
どうしてそんなことを？
いいから頼む、教えてくれ。
アイチェインヒズスネークですけど。
意味は？そのアカウント名の意味は何だと聞いている？
意味なんて特にありませんよ。ただのアナグラムなんですから。僕の名前は中瀬真一。アルファベットを並び替えるとアイチェインヒズスネークになるんです。
Yeah, there it is. Fucking anagrams, dude. I felt like I was completely exsanguinated. That's a fucking word. I dried up from my toes up. At the same time, I heard click, the sound of things fitting together. These numerous fragments came together and shone in a dazzling flash inside of me.
そうか。そういうことだったのか。
At that moment, everything made sense. In a snap, I could see the full picture, the entire sequence of events. Then Kurisu entered the lab. She looked from me to Shinichi, back again with puzzlement.
この人、誰？
And oh my god, the blood! Shinichi and I decided to go to the coin lockers in front of Daibiru. There was one thing I wanted to confirm. I told Kurisu to wait at the lab. If my prediction was correct, I would need to send a D-mail. Without anyone at the lab, the phone wave, named subject to change, wouldn't be active. So I asked Kurisu to take that post. Kurisu pressed me for an explanation, but the moment I said, I'll tell everyone you go to net cafes. But the moment I said, I'll tell everyone you go to net cafes, she swiftly fell in line. And here we are. Now, regarding the issue I wanted to confirm, the moment the corn locker came into view, corn locker, you know, corn lockers. The moment the coin locker came into view, I believe I had my answer. Because the door of the bottom left locker, number 005, was severely deformed. But I still needed to check. I peeked inside the locker, just in case. Empty. Nothing inside. Shinichi was quite flustered, but the sight did not surprise me at all. It is an unfortunate turn of events, of course, but it's one I had already anticipated, so the shock isn't as severe for me. He actually remembered his name. I was expecting him to be like an unsavory man named 4D. Forces.
中の懐中時計を盗んでいきやがった。有名なコインロッカー嵐なんだと。
くっそー、許せない、許せません。なんで警察はそんなやつを野放しにしておくんだ。
Well, they did catch him in world line number 2. But that's probably not possible in this world line number 3. That pocket watch has probably been sold off somewhere by now. As frustrating as it is, it's hard to deny that in this world line number 3, the possibility that Mayuri will be reunited with Pockety is incredibly slim. World line number 2 is similarly frustrating. There, Pockety is in police custody as a piece of evidence, but will eventually be returned to Mayuri. Unfortunately, that Pockety is in a sorry state. The crash had done severe damage to it. So is there a way to get Pockety back unscathed? There is, but only one. I need to return to world line number 1. How? By sending a D-mail, of course. From whose phone? From X's, from Shinichi's phone. Who is the recipient? My cell phone. When will you send it to? I should receive it at 4:03. What's the message? The message that Shinichi showed me earlier, just as is. The D-mail will automatically delete any character after the 36th single byte character, after all. For Sheena, you know what is in DB locker, number 005. The key is taped to the bottom of the locker. For Sheena, you know what in DB locker, number 005, the key is taped to the... For Sheena, you know what in DB locker. Well, to be fair, I am deleting a space before in DB locker to keep the entirety of that last word in the D-mail. I had feared returning to world line number 1 because of the risk of that Mayuri will go missing. But that's no longer a concern, because I am now aware that Ix is no kidnapper. The answer lies within the D-mail that my sidekick sent. That disturbing mangle of letters. I borrow Shinichi's phone, open up the saved message from earlier, and set the recipient as the phone waves, name subject to change. I've already informed Kurisu of my intended time and recipient. All I need to do is call her. However, her cell phone is currently incapacitated due to dropping it in the toilet at the net cafe. So I thought I would call the Brontube workshop, but I never saved its number into my phone. So I dialed 104 and asked to be connected directly. That's pretty funny. Greetings, Mr. Broad. I said, due to a complicated turn of events, I need to talk to Kurisu in the lab ASAP. Would you do me a favor and go upstairs and get her for me? To which the owner replied, something very nice and kind, I'm sure.
2階なら電波が届くだろうから、この電話機をそのまま貸してやる。待ってろ。
That is not the hold music I was expecting. He put me on hold, where I was greeted with the classic hold waiting music for release. While I waited, I turned my attention to Shinichi.
なあ新一、2つだけ聞きたいことがあるんだがいいか。
なんでしょう。
Oh my god, that music's gonna drive me fucking nuts, dude.
もしも
Wow, that was
もしも
upsetting.
の話だ。さっきマユリを捜索していた時にお前の仲間のうちの一人が、例えばロングソードを持っていたあいつがマユリを発見したとしたらどうすると思う？
あいつのことだから多分シーナの手を強引に引っ張って無理やりにでも僕のところまで連れてこようとしたんじゃないかと思います。
その後は
僕はシーナに会ってもちろん懐中時計を返します。
すでにこのロッカーに入れた後だったとしたら、
そしたらこのロッカーのところまでシーナを連れてきて、
だがご覧のようなありさまだった。
それは困りますね。多分泣きじゃくって詫びを入れて、それからどうするかな。最終的にはあの研究所ラボって言うんでしたっけ、あそこに送っていったと思います。
Research facility.
実は
I mean, it is.
今も泣きそうなんですけどね。
Said Shinichi as he wiped the end of his eyes with the back of his hand. Her release is still playing and still driving me fucking nuts. I don't like it. Without taking the phone away from my ear, I asked the next question. I really wish you would take the phone away, because it's overlapping with the actual background music, and it's like, it's the worst thing. I hate this a lot. Fuck, Mr. Braun, update your fucking hold music, dude.
2つ目だ。俺が昨日七夜
あ
お前はある言葉を告げることによって最終的に俺を納得させたと言ってたな。そのある言葉とは何だ？
When I asked, Shinichi looked up at the night sky, stretched out his arm, and formed a fist, as if he was trying to grab the stars. Then he responded.
僕はシーナのことが好きなんです。そう言いました。だから懐中時計はどうしても自分の手で返したいのだと。
Oh?
もしもし、岡
Oh,
部
thank
変わったわ。
God.
もしもーし。もしもーし。
聞こえてる。
だったら返事しなさいよ。ったく。店長、カンカンに怒ってたわよ。ラボの惨状を見てね。一応サイリウムセーバーの残骸は片付けておいたんだけど、あの血痕。血のりの後は手間がかかりそうだったからそのままにしておいたの。電話レンジを起動させたらこのコードレスフォンを返しに店長のところに行かなきゃいけないのよね。またこってりと絞られそうでうんざりするわ。
I inadvertently looked down at my body. My clothes are covered with stains from the fake blood, and my hands are all red. I must have gotten covered when I jumped on Shinichi.
そうそう、大事なことを言い忘れてたけど、電話レンジの設定はすでに完了してるから、あとは起動させるだけよ。ねえ、本当にどうしたの？何かあった？
いや、大丈夫だ。では行こう。電話レンジカッコ仮起動。
了解。
Shortly after, I can hear the sound of sparks through the phone.
放電現象発生確認。
Prompted by those words, I take Shinichi's phone and press send. When the dizziness faded, Kurisu was standing in front of me, but I didn't have time to explain. Without saying anything, I rushed to the locker in the bottom left corner and stuck my hand underneath it. I feel something hard against my fingertips. It was affixed to the bottom of the locker with a piece of tape. I peel it off and take a look at what I found. Sure enough, it was the key to the locker. The number 005 is engraved upon it.
Yes.
ちょっと何なの？
わけは後で説明する。黙って見ててくれ。
Leaving the flummoxed Kurisu aside, I did what I had to do. Insert the key to the locker number 005 and twist it. It unlocked with a nice metallic snap. I take a few deep breaths and close my eyes. Please be there. With that wish in my heart, I take hold of the locker door and open it. Inside... Hi, kitty! There was the pocket watch. Mayuri's most precious treasure, Pockety. And of course, Pockety was completely unscathed. Sparkling clean, too, just the way it should be.
見たかシドよ。これが魔眼の力だ。
Once I launch my beautiful tenor voice toward outer space, I take Pockety out of the locker and put it into my pocket. As you have likely discerned by now, the reason Pockety was left unharmed in World Line number 1 is because Kurisu and I maintained our vigil in front of the lockers. As a result, Shido couldn't do his job and break into the locker.
さあ行くぞ、クリスティーナ。
行くってどこに？
無論、我らが根城、ラボに決まっておろうが。
イクスのことはどうするのよ？
イクスは誘拐犯などではなかった。ただの質屋のコスプレイヤーだ。コスプレイヤーの質屋と言ってもいいが。
The same...
いや、よくわからないけど、それじゃあマユリは？
マユリのことなら案ずるな。事件は全て解決した。いや、そもそも最初から事件ですらなかったのかもしれないが。
は？
とにかく行くぞ。アットチャンネラークリスよ。ラボへ帰還だ。
その二つので呼ぶな。
というわけで、全ての謎は解けたのだよ諸君。
全然どういうわけなのかわからないんですけど。
詳しく。
よかろう。では教えてやる。全ては15時18分。この時刻にマユリの携帯に届いた一通の D メールから始まったのだ。要するにこのマユリの携帯の中に答えが隠されているということ。だがあいにくとこの携帯は今充電が切れている。このままでは中のメールを読むことができない。ダル、その辺に俺の携帯の充電器があるから取ってくれないか。
だが断る。
God damn it, Daru. Let's do it.
そこは断るところじゃないだろう。
おいよ。
Said Daru as he tossed the charger over to me. After catching it, I connected it to Mayuri's phone and stuck the power plug in the wall outlet. Since Mayuri and my phones are from the same company, we can use the same chargers.
これでよしと。
じゃあ早速そのメールを。
まだれいクリスティーナ。そうことをせくでない。物事には順序というものがあるんだ。
You cannot rush his
山村
theatrics.
先生もそう言っていた。
誰よそれ。
とにかく話はすぐに終わる。まあ聞いてくれ。当該の D メールには2つの謎があった。1つは文面について、もう1つは送信者についてだ。ひとまず送信者の方から片付けておくことにする。結論から言おう。この D メールを送ったのはクリスティーナ、お前だ。
なんなのよ、その犯人はお前だ的な言い方は。
Fake that!
大体私 D メールなんて送ってないし。
送ったのだよ。第三世界線でな。送信者のアカウント名はサイドキック257となっていた。
サイドキック 257？ それってマユリの携帯にあった。
だからマイルの携帯に送られてきたと散々パラ言っておろうが。
ああ、それじゃあ15時18分に届いた D メールって
そう、だ。
Kurisu and I saw the D-mail together here in World Line number 1. That's why Kurisu knows the content.
なんか僕だけぼっち的な。
Oh.
安心しろダル。クリスティーナも全く気づいていないようだから。
なんか腹立つ。
いいから戻すぞ。アカウント名についての話だ。クリスティーナ、サイドキックとはどういう意味だ？
親友とか仲間とか相棒とか、それから助手とか。
Like she goes to the exact. It's like she has the literal definition memorized. The same one that he Googled. Google it, scum.
ところでクリスティーナ、お前は俺にとっての何だ？
赤の他人。
助手だ。自覚を持て。第一世界線のクリスティーナよ。少なくとも第三世界線でのクリスティーナは意識しているようだったぞ。そうでなければサイドキックなどというアカウント名はつけないだろうからな。
なんだか論理が逆転してるような気がしますけど。
あくまでサイドキック257は自分ではないと言い張るつもりか？
そうは言ってないけど。
では聞こう。
It's really cute,
お
honestly.
前の誕生日は何月何日だ？
7月25日。
There it is.
月と日を逆にすると
257。
だけど私そんなアカウントのメールアドレス持ってないし。
それはそうだ。なぜならこのアドレスは第三世界線での助手がネカフェで作ったステアードだったのだからな。
ネカフェ？マキセ氏、ネカフェなんて行くん？
Busted.
行くわけないでしょ。
どうして白を切る？ネカフェに行くことはそんなに恥ずべきことではないぞ。
そうだ。普通にリア充とかスイーツとかイケメンとかも言ってる。
After Daru's explanation, Kurisu started twirling her hair with her fingers and said,
じゃあ行ったのかも。
言ったのだよ。確かに第三世界線でな。自分でそう言っていたのだから間違いない。さて、話をステアードの件に戻そう。助手はこれをいつ作ったのか。おそらく俺を3分間待たせていただけだ。
In World Line number 3, Kurisu told me to wait for 3 minutes before setting the phone wave, name subject to change, his timer, and activating it. Then she hung up on me. Because she called me from a public phone, perhaps she immediately went back to her booth, got on the computer, and proceeded to create the disposable account. Within 3 minutes, the account was made. Kurisu then wrote the D-mail, then sent it to the phone waves, name subject to change, with the delayed send function.
常人のなせる技ではないが、ハットチャンネラークリスのスキルをもってすれば不可能ではなかったものと思われる。
One cannot forget that Kurisu is a prodigy, one who at the age of 17 had her work published in a major science magazine.
でもどうしてわざわざ PC からメールを送る必要があったん？
その時、
She dropped her phone in the
助
toilet.
手の携帯は壊れていたからだ。ネカフェのトイレに落としたらしい。
おう。
ところで、助手はこの時もう一つ不可解な挙動を見せている。 最初は D メールの転送先を俺の携帯にするよう指示していたのだが、なんと放電現象が始まってから突然前入りの携帯に変えるようにと電話をかけてきたのだ。これは D メールの文面が暗号化されていたこととも密接なつながりがある。
暗号化されてたん？
そうだ。と言ってもデジタルな暗号ではない。ものすごくアナログな暗号。ある特定の人間にしか判読できないよう文字が組み替えられていたのだ。ではなぜそんなことをしたのか。はじめは俺の携帯に送るつもりだったからだ。
This D-mail, like many others, contained a word of instruction, telling me to do something. If I had received the D-mail as originally intended, I probably would have carried out the instructions in the D-mail without fail. But what if I was caught by an enemy after I had done so? My phone would be taken, and my foe would check my inbox, learning immediately what I had done, which would defeat the purpose of sending a D-mail in the first place.
そこで第三世界線の助手はメールの文面を暗号化することにしたのだ。
つまり岡部だけに読めて敵には読めないメールにすることによって、万が一敵に携帯を奪われてもある指示が簡単には露呈しないようにしたってわけね。
その通り。
じゃあその後送信先をマユシに変えたのはなんでなん？
簡単なことだ。暗号化だのなんだろう、めんどくさいことをしなくても単に送信先を前入りに設定するだけでほぼ確実にある指示を知られないようにすることが可能だからだ。第三世界線での助手はメールを遅延送信してからそのことに気づいた。だから慌てて俺に電話をかけてきて送信先を前入りに変更するよう要請してきたのだ。
さてと、それじゃあそろそろ聞かせてもらいましょうか。答えとやらを。
いいだろう。
I assented, powered on Mayuri's phone, and opened the inbox. I proceeded to display the encrypted messages in order, primarily for Daru's sake, because Kurusu had seen them once before.
これは助手が俺に向けて送った暗号なんだ。ということは当然のごとく俺はこの暗号の解読法を知っていなければならない。また同様にこの暗号文を作った助手自身も当たり前のことだがこの暗号の解き方を知っていることになる。ではその解き方とは何だ。俺と助手が二人とも知っている暗号とは。気づいたきっかけはダルが第二世界線で教えてくれた内容にある。
僕がなんかエロいこと言ったん？
エロいことは言っていない。
Surprisingly, no.
ちなみにこの書き込みを見つけてくれたのはマキセ氏ね。おかりん、本当に覚えてないん？このアトちゃんの書き込み、ゆうべも見せたっしょ。その時はスラスラと普通に読んでたじゃん。え？つまりどういうこと？
わからないか？縦読みだよ。
そうか、3通に分かれたメールをサンドイッチみたいに重ねればいいのね。
A sandwich. What an adorable way to phrase that. Alright. Mayuri will... Oh god, they're not lined up. Shit. Mayuri will be kidnapped. Exclamation point. Hide in ghost.
あとは左端の列から順番に縦に読んで。
That is very difficult to read because they don't line up because the small letters are smaller. I knew, like, and I probably could have waited until they said it, but I wanted to read it myself. Mayuri will be kidnapped. Hide in ghost.
マユ
拉致される。
リ迷彩ボールに
隠せ。
I give them a small nod and speak.
15時18分にこの D メールを受け取ったマユリはおそらくすぐに、いやすぐにではないかもしれないが、とにかくいずれにせよ不審なメールが届いたことを俺のところへと知らせに来たはずだ。この時刻俺とマユリは一緒にラボにいたからな。きっとあいつのことだから、ねえねえオカリン変なメールが来たなどと言いながら俺のところに携帯を見せに来たのだろう。でこいつを解読した過去の俺は指示通りのことをそっくりそのまま実行に移したのだ。
ってことは
マユリはずっと。
そう、ここにいたんだよ。
I walk toward the corner of the room and pull the charger cable from the wall.
フォカナポー未来ガジェット7号機広角機動迷彩ボールデモナイズエディションバージョン 1.24 降臨きたこれ。
Oh my god. Naming scheme. Demonize Edition version 1.24.
デモナイズエディション？
魔改造したからそう呼ぶことにしたんだ。
ねえ、そんなことよりも本当にこの中にマユリが？
調べてみればわかる。なあダル、こいつはどうやって開ける？
単純に上に持ち上げるだけだ。
As instructed, I lifted up Ghost in the ball. There was Mayuri. Mayuri lay on a comforter on the floor, curled up like a cat. She's sound asleep.
やれやれ。拍子抜けね。
はあ、あんだけ心配したのは何だったん？
でも、なんだかとっても幸せそう。
かくれんぼしてる最中に押し入れの中で眠っちゃった子供みたいだ。
とにかく、よかったわね。
What a sweetie! That one word was all I had left in me. If I tried for a second, it would have loosed tears from my eyes. For a while, we just silently looked at Mayuri's sleeping face. While I listened to her sleeping breath, I found myself wondering, why didn't I hide Mayuri inside Ghost in the Ball in world line number 2 or number 3? The encrypted... What? Words are swapped around. The encrypted D-mail likely would have reached Mayuri's phone at 1518 in both of them. So why didn't I follow the instructions? The following is merely my hypothesis, so I may very well be mistaken. But perhaps both world line number 2 and world line number 3 play out like so. First, Mayuri receives the D-mail at 3:18. They keep switching from like military time to non. It's very confusing. Then Mayuri, with a puzzled huh and several hmms, tried to work out the garbled message on her own, putting all her intelligence into the task. But during this time in both world line number 2 and number 3, I received the Keep Mayuri in to stop kidnapping D-mail. That would be at 3:20, just 2 minutes after Mayuri receives the encrypted D-mail. Seeing this D-mail, I likely found myself so caught up in the imminent threat that I didn't give Mayuri the chance to say a word about her D-mail. And on Mayuri's part, listen, Mayuri, you're under no circumstances to leave this place. Stay in the lab, got it? I imagine after hearing my stark warning and seeing the fire in my eyes, she found it difficult to bring up a strange, seemingly unrelated message. 4 minutes later, at 3:24, I receive a phone call from Kurisu in world line number 2. Of course, the call was in regards to the D-mail that she received, which said, Tail Mayuri, perpetrator must be caught. In world line number 3, on the other hand, at 3:22, I received the Stop Summit, Use No Fire, Lab will Burn D-mail. which is shortly followed by Mayuri receiving the no going out, lab is safe, fight Black Hoods D-mail at 3:26. These consecutive D-mails must have thrown the lab into chaos, costing Mayuri the opportunity to tell me about the first message she received. But these D-mails are limited to their respective world lines. In this world line number 1, there was never a situation where we received multiple D-mails consecutively, so Mayuri probably had more leeway to approach me. Hey, Ocarine, I got a weird message. I also wouldn't have been in a panic, so I'd be able to focus on decrypting the message. Therefore, this is the result. That's why I didn't hide Mayuri in world line number 2 or number 3. Though maybe it's more accurate to say that those 2 world lines were produced because I didn't hide Mayuri. And while I was thinking about all that, Mayuri began to stir and slowly opened her eyes.
あれどうしたのみんな
The 3 of us looked at each other and grinned.
てれマユシーだよ
I'm melted. There's no come back from this. Ah.
なんだその気の抜けた感じのトゥットゥルは。
Okay.
だってまだ起きたばっかりだし。
岡部、あれは？
あ、そうだったな。
I pull you-know-what out of my pocket, place it in Mayuri's palms, then close her hands over it. Mayuri seems puzzled.
あれこれ怪獣だ戻ってきたんだ
And she jumped up to her feet.
でもこれどうしたの
空から降ってきた。
本当かななんだかよくわからないけどマユシーはとっても嬉しいのです
That's the best Mayushi. She's kind of confused, but she's really happy. That's the best she could ever be. Mayuri. Oh, I love her so much! Okay. I'm alright. Mayuri gently places Pockety against her ear. She looks enchanted as she listens to it tick.
ねえ、ところでマユシ、本当にあの迷彩ボールの中にずーっといたん？
どうしてそんなこと聞くの
もしかしていなくなっちゃったんじゃないかってみんなでちょっと心配してたから。
いなくなる？いなくなることなんてないよ。マユシーはずーっとここにいるもん。いなくちゃいけないんだもん。だってマユシーはね、オカリンの人質だから。
Oh, my heart, dude. Like it. She's just the best. She's just the best. I don't have a lot of words for this. Although I do want to say I didn't remember any of that. I didn't remember any of that. Like some of it like came back to me a little bit, but like. And I'm glad I didn't, because that one, the whole, like, premise of that one is, like, it's this like, weird, like, mystery story, and I dug it. I'm really glad I forgot about it, honestly. Apparently, I need to revisit this game every, how long has it been since I played it the first time? Because I played it one time, and I never played it again. And I'm glad, because apparently it's been long enough that I forgot. It's could be at least like 6 years, right? When did it come out? It came out in like, oh, now I'm gonna Google that. Google the heck out of that. 2013. So, and I got it. I didn't know it existed for a while. I want to say I got Elite on my PS4 in like I want to say 2017. So that's like 7 years ago. Anyways, it's been a while, and my brain doesn't do great with remembering things. So, and in this situation, it worked out to my benefit because that was great. I love that. I love that so much. Anything where Mayuri is happy makes me happy, and it was really also just really good. They're all good, but like, I'm rambling because credits. You know, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with credits. Just let them roll. I don't know. If I just let the music play, Twitch yells at me. So Twitch gets mad at me. I don't know. So I gotta like talk and ramble to myself. I don't know. Anyways, yay! I'm so happy. That was glorious. Ah! This I will say this story did have a distinct lack of Luca. I will that's the only downside to it. Literally the only thing it has going against it is the lack of Luca.
誰だこんな時間に
I headed toward the door and slowly opened it. And who should appear but
Kiryu. Moeka.
どこかでお会いしましたっけ?
I desperately checked the time, 7:53. It wasn't exact, but it was close to the time that the Rounders raid our lab. No, not now. I can't breathe. I was frozen, unable to move a muscle. Then Daru came up from behind me.
もしかしてダブオクの出版関係の会社に勤めてる
ヘンプロですけどね。アークディライトという。
She's also surprisingly eloquent. Moika's... Yeah, I was just thinking. Moika's using full sentences. Is this not the shining finger I know?
約束の時間20時でしたね。少し早すぎましたか?
God, that is so fucking weird. Like, Moika talking like out loud at like an audible volume in full sentences is so off.
いえ、それは別にいいんですけど。
では、例のものいただけます?
いや、それがなんというか。
Daru casts a glance down toward the corner of the room. Oh, that's right. Fucking Dr. Pepper. When I followed his line of sight, I saw it. Soaked in Dr. P. The thing I spilled Dr. P all over. That someone bought for 3 million yen. No, what were they supposed to buy for 3 million yen? Or, no, what they were supposed to buy for 3 million yen.
スケッチブック。
残念ですね。これでは、ちょっと。お邪魔しました。失礼します。
Suddenly, my petrification was lifted. Right as Moeka disappeared out of the door, I quickly turned around. I ran as fast as I could into the development room. This fucking music, dude.
ちょっと岡部、何をするつもり?
Kurisu asked as she chased after me. She has a look of concern on her face, which probably means that was a rhetorical question.
まさか冗談でしょ
I stood in front of the X68000.
まだ解決していないことが一つだけ残っている。俺が抱えている借金300万円の件だ。
だからそれは払う必要ないって。
いや、おそらく無理だ。俺はいずれ東京湾に沈められることになる。このままずっと返さなければな。返済手段として考えられる方法は2つ。1つは秋葉発明コンテストで大賞を取ること。そしてもう1つは過去に戻ってスケッチブックが毒ペまみれになるのを阻止することだ。
どっちを選択するつもり？
愚問だなクリスティーナよ。どっちを選択するだと？そんなものは決まっているではないか。俺はシュタインズゲートの選択に身を委ねるまでだ。エル、プサイ、コングルー。
Hell yeah. El Psi Congru, baby. Alright. I wish I hadn't said that just now. You know. Anyways, oh, that was so great. Fucking love that track. That, like, of the songs, the tracks in this fucking game, that has to be my favorite. Like, this one is a close second. Gate of Phenogram. But this one is just... It's just killer. Also, I can't remember if this one is actually in this one, but I don't remember hearing this in this one ever. But I like that it's here, because I like this song too. I believe this is the title theme for the goofy romantic comedy version. Yes, I played that game. Yes, I love that game. Don't judge me. Don't judge me, nobody. Anyways, it's incredible. And if I'm not mistaken, it's not even over. Oh my god. I forgot that's the fucking... I'm sorry. That little, like, pixel version of Nai, she literally has the surprise Pikachu face. I cannot unsee that shit. I can't... Okay, hold on. I know I should probably just, like, go. It's been, like, 5 hours, but this is important to me, you know? This is one of those things where I just have to... I must be vindicated. I must vindicate myself. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, why is it so large? This is the most awkward ending to any stream I've ever had, because it's just gonna be me doing this shit. Because it's not even that important. It's just important to me that I, like, throw this up. Oh, question is, can my computer fucking handle it? Oh, if it can't, then I'm fucked. This is so stupid. This is such a stupid reason to just... I think this might be the dumbest thing I've ever done on stream. Like, I don't know. That might not even be. That's the worst part. It's hard to even say. What is the dumbest thing I've ever done or said on stream? Yeah, there it is. This is important to me. Let me just... Like, you see it, right? So somebody vindicate me, goddammit. This is... She just... Why she just has that look on her face? In this little picture. Alright, I'm done. I'm leaving. This is dumb. I've ruined the whole thing. This entire 5-hour stream has been ruined because I don't know. Anyways, I'm done. Bye.